Good morning, namaskar to everyone. This is Engineer Suraj Singh, Certified International Professional Engineer, Chartered Engineer India, Bharat. This is May 2, 2020. Another serious COVID-19 day and continuation of talk on the Institution of Engineers Royal Charter 1935 in routine as part of project management, as a part of quality management, engineers quality of engineers in this country and around. Certification of professional engineer, chartered engineer, international engineers, etc. as shown by this is a chartered engineer certification. This is governed under Royal Charter of the Institution of Engineers India. This is an automatic designation to all corporate members of this institution. This is official institution, formal institution of Union of Bharat, India, unique body incorporated by Royal Charter 1935 in British time, and it will continue in force. Continuation of this talk of Royal Charter, because it is necessary for purpose of dissemination of information to general public in this country as well as around all world. Because this is unique body of profession of engineering. It took responsibility in 1935 according to its scope. Its scope mandated on this charter what engineering is all about, and because every nation has to develop, and development means industrialization of that nation, a part of complete development, and that industrialization means you have to use mind, knowledge, development, technology, everything. Without use of technology there can be no development. This is a truth. We cannot imagine that development has happened without engineering, without sciences, and without allied subjects like mathematics, physics, chemistry. All these subjects count to issue of development. Without this, development is impossible. Development means physical development. I'm not talking spiritual development. I'm talking moral development. I am talking physical development, which is asset, which is money, which is wealth of a country. And if its people are developed, its minds are developed, its knowledge is developed. Every person is a knowledge. Every person is a mind if one uses. And those who are educated, who are professional, who are technocrats, they are all, you can say, considered assets of every country. Doctors, engineers, but in particular are real assets in whatever economy. When I say economy, it doesn't mean money economy. This means a nation, a society. Nation is also called an economy, just like it is called a state in terms of United Nations Charter. So briefly stating and constituting background of my talks every day, I prefer to take some time on general talks before going to specific talks, because it's very important to evaluate, to understand, to find points, to find reasons, criteria, what we are talking of. It's not that I write something before and talk. It's simply what I think I talk. Improvising talk, you can say. And I will ask all, if you want to raise some question about past video talks and this talk, if you want to have interest in raising questions, there is no bar. There is no restriction. You can write questions here on video, text, or you can even call from Facebook Messenger, or later on if you want to call later on, I have no problem. You can talk on Messenger, or you can issue your videos if you are interested. But I don't have complete facility with me. I have only this facility of Facebook video, which I am talking to you. And this is very important point. I can say that we should be clear in this, that just talking is not enough. Interaction is also required. Interaction means you have full right to ask questions, you have full right to seek clarifications, and it's also known to me that you people are not very well interested in going through documents, which is very important point, but it's unfortunate that now I'm not finding as such habits of citizens, habits of educated class to demand documents and study them. There was a time long back when I was young, documents was valuable. People used to find documents, such documents from books or from libraries or from some other source, and that was very important requirement, because without documents there was no meaning. But now people ignore this point, though it doesn't make a problem to me, it doesn't make a difference to my talk. Yet documentation is very important. It gives a benefit that it constitutes as an evidence or a reference both. Evidence as well as reference, because reference is also very important. Reference means authenticity of document and resource status of document. If your document you are referring to is a resource, means it's a permanent document. It's not just a document you read textbook of for 1 year and that after that becomes useless and you have to find another study book. It's not that. So my question is regarding quality of engineers. We have quality of materials, quality of procedures, quality management. Everywhere we study these days. Quality, quality, quality. Everywhere quality. Quality is everywhere. It's okay. It applies to every field. It applies to every person. It applies to every say quality. Same way, it's technology-based quality. It's not moral-based quality. Moral-based quality is personal one. In public, it's personality-based quality, or can say knowledge-based quality. And when I am talking about management quality, management means profession also is included in management. Management includes profession and profession includes management. Both are here. When I perform, I work on our profession. That's called management. Management can contain. Management is general. General management. I am not talking of general management. I am talking of something very specific management. Project management, design management, construction management, maintenance management, and all that, in which there's a process, there's a long process which takes years to produce something from scratch. Scratch even on design, scratch from designs from scratch, construction from designs, construction from scratch. That scratch is 0 or minus. Now it's up to you how you take that. I was also scrap when I was having no knowledge. And when you get some knowledge, you can use that knowledge and help it and move forward. To whatever distance you can move, that's in your hands, not in hands of someone else. We know nowadays it's difficult time, 2020, COVID-19 domination on humanity. I can call it COVID-19 domination on humanity because everything still remains secret. Nobody knows what is happening, from where it is happening. Only hearsay talks without any evidence or logic. Presumption, you can say, assumption, you can say, imagination, you can say, but no reality, no logic. So we cannot say what is happening actually. Only that power sitting on top of all, God, knows what's happening. We do not know. So this is a serial problem. There are thousands of scientists busy on that, just to know what is that. But my subject is not that, but that is linked subject. That subject is going to change whole future. This COVID-19 has fractured our life into time. This has fractured our system. We are all disputing on quality, on you can say GDP, on you can say economy. All countries had interest in that. But this COVID-19 has shown its power on all, that its power is above all. It has shown that human is weak. We are all weak. We are not having that level of development and knowledge where we can say, hey, COVID-19, get lost from here. That is not happened. That shall not happen because we have not reached to that level of knowledge, that level of attainment. This is our viewpoint. This is our weakness, that we are all that. Now, okay, fine. Now my talk is very different because I'm not relating this to some other published document or some published record. I'm trying to present to you something in origin, in discussion, in aspiring knowledge, in grasping knowledge and delivering knowledge. I'm a different type of person. I do not want to do anything formally or informally. I want to do something which comes to my mind. This is my different type of nature. And I think that's the reason that I am not valued much even on this media. My presentation is not seen by many, no problem to me. I don't have many followers, neither have many very good friends. Of course they are friends, but not of that which I think they should aspire knowledge. They should be oriented to get knowledge. It also doesn't matter to me because my duty is to do my job and my service to people without even pinpointing what my interest is or what my expectation on consequences are. Yet it's my duty to do whatever I am expected to on behalf of superpower, because I am not working for myself. I have general undertaking to you. I'm just disclosing secret of my life that whatever else I do, it's not myself that I do, it's done in that power's name. So I do not want to get any credit or debit or whatever. I am plus minus, and that plus minus means I am just doing my job. If I cause some mistake, okay, I apologize for that in advance, and I'll try to correct that mistake if by chance or by ignorance or by condoning it happens. Or maybe I cause something, I speak some wrong word to people. Well, this doesn't happen actually, I don't like that, but by chance, after all, I'm a human being. I'm not expert. I'm just like you people. Well, it's not easy. I'm not praising myself, but my approach is completely different. First of all, I don't believe in dishonesty. I don't believe in, just shedding responsibility away. I don't believe in something to speak for nothing, just to say something and never do that. Just to talk and then go away, walk. No, I don't believe that. First of all, I never boast. I never plan that I will do that, I shall do that, I am doing that. No, that's not my approach. My approach is just do it. Even don't announce it, just do it. My approach is very different. Yes, I do planning, but that planning is confined to my mind. I start suddenly something, and I have experience in my life when I start something suddenly, without any plan, without some programming, it results in, it goes positive. It goes to some destination which even I didn't know before at time of starting that. And I really surprised on that. When I plan something, I make programming for something, I will do this at this time, my programs never work. I don't know it's my deficiency in approach, or it's my defect in understanding, or what happens, I don't know answer of that. But that way, when I plan it and do it, it never succeeds fully. There I feel I find certain obstructions, hindrances, prohibitions on way when I plan solidly with concrete definition. But when I do just start something at random, I find movement in that, a solid motion in that. Well, I don't understand why this is natural. Of course, that is based on same proficiency, it's based on same profession, but it moves fast. I like it. That, because this means when I do something in that way without even having any plan of something, this means there is a forced planning. There is forced planning by certain power which I do not know, I do not recognize, but that power stays there. And when I plan something, then that power doesn't come here. This means there is some planning by that power which forces me to do something. I take a different way. I replace planning place for that power, that unknown power to me, that power which stands with me. In fact, that power works, I don't work. I can say that. I am just used as medium for that power, and that power works. And you may call that what power is. I know, I don't need name that. And I understand that you all have that power. You all have that power. If you don't use energy in wasting time, in physical work, say you are interested in family or in your business only, you can never get that power. That power comes to it when you understand that power, you respect that power. And in fact, to be very frank, for me, that power is God. My belief is different. I don't believe in what people believe in. I don't believe in what fractions of religion, what nominations of religion people have started in this life. Whatever religion they believe in, it doesn't mean to me anything. Meaning is that I have to serve this earth, planet on which I am sitting, I am working, I am living. And this duration of my posting from my birth to my death, this is, you can say, assignment to work for this earth, for development and construction of this earth. That is my, you can say, theology, or you can say theurgy. It's my theurgy which defines me that I am just a resource for God, which resource is produced by God itself. And God is operating this resource, that is myself and my soul, and working for development of this earth. If I consider myself that way, and if you consider yourself that way, for example, you also consider that way, this means there are all people on earth who are working for God to improve this earth, to develop this earth positively, not destructively. Positively means constructively, not destructively. This point is very important to understand by everyone. If you understand this point, you will feel happy in your life. You will feel relaxed because you are not liable for your even wrong actions. In this case, because you are acting neutrally. You are acting neutrally. You are just working because you have been instructed to work. You have been tacitly instructed by that power to work for this earth. Wherever you work doesn't matter. You work in business, You work in employment, you work in government employment or private employment, or you work your own. It is same everywhere. It applies everywhere. This point is very much important to understand. And that is, you can say, private management or personal management or secret management of your own. And if you can manage your own, you will never feel tired, you will never feel sick. Even though you are sick, you won't feel sick because you are an energized person. Your energy is working all time. It's always peak when required. Whenever you require to get this energy into your life for work, for living, don't expect something, don't expect anything out of this. Because even if you expect it's for you or not for you, you do not know. You expect something, and if you don't get, then you will be upset. And if you expect something, you get it, you won't be happy also. Because once you get something, you don't care for that thing. And until you don't get something, you value for that because you expect that result to come to you. So my supposition is, it's better to limit to work, and that's it. Whatever my work is, I am stopped there, I have to work. I don't expect, I have to work and then start other work and then start other work and then start other work. Sequence of work which never ends. And in that sequence there will be control, there should be quality. Do not work just for sake of working, but for sake of improving that, for sake of improving your knowledge, for sake of improving your work style. That work is entirely different. And once you have that kind of thought, I want to work and improve and learn, every next work will be better than previous work, and then every further work will be much better than previous work. And you then reach a stage when you say, I feel I am expert. That's also a kind of pride, but it comes as feeling that I am expert. Yes, you can feel that, but don't use that you are that. It's because of work. Gradually you improve yourself. The work is your teacher at that time. It's your baby also, both. In the start, it's your baby because you are responsible to produce that. When you go further and further, previous babies leave, you forget them and you are on different step in life. So I start quality in that way. That's my right. My duty I did, but later on it becomes my right. At that time it was duty. So how duty changes to power of right, how duty changes from duty title to power title or to authority title, because you can say, because I did all, I am author of that, I am exponent of that, I am this of that, I am that of that. That is process. Actually it's nothing for you, because you left it behind. Somebody else came and took it over, and that is keeping on moving, but you are not there. It is usual, it happens in life. You do some job, come out, somebody else comes and takes that. Then this man goes and somebody else comes and takes that. This is sequence in life. Many jobs you have left, many jobs I have left, who remembers? Those are all in dreams, nothing else. So is life. So if life is like that, then you have to feel happy because you are working not at one place, at many places in your life. You work from one place to other and then to other and then to other and then to other, and whole life goes like that. So I don't feel any problem in that. Every day we get up, we live and then we sleep. Life is like that. You count days, you count week, you count months, you count quarter, you count year, you count decade, you keep on counting. But nature is same, it doesn't change. Whatever nature was 20,000 years back or 1 crore years back, same is here today. There's no difference. Nature doesn't change that way. Nature is very constant. It keeps itself tight up. Since this solar system was delivered, or this universe delivered, did it change? It never changes. It never ever changes. It's has been working without stop, so you call it universal it is. Universally it keeps on moving and moving and moving and never stops and never changes diets and never changes plans, something like that, but people change. We need rest, we have to eat, we have to drink, we have to sleep, we have to do all that because we are weak. We are weak, we are temporary, we have no right on earth. Yes, we are owners of earth. See beauty? We have no right on earth. No country has any right on earth, but we are owner of earth. We are owner of this country, we are owner of that country, we are owner of that country, and this all keeps on moving in imagination while we are owner of none. So, what type of honor we are? We do not know what type of honor we are. This is my America, I am honor of this is India, I am honor of this. We keep this type of ownership for what we do not know. God never said to go to India. Did God say? If God is separate for each country, I would be happy, but it's not fact. God is one and only one. One and only one, and that is not by name, that is not by shape, that is not by some design. It is power. It is power, only power. You are part of that and I am part of that. Otherwise we cannot live. So we have to pull ourselves into that quality system where there is nothing permanent, but everything is permanent. In fact, everything is permanent. Nothing permanent, but everything permanent. It's use only. We have to use. So quality means use. When I talk of management, I talk of quality. This means all this relate to use of everything. Yes, it relates to use of everything. And that's we say end user. We say end user. And that end user expects everything with quality system, with quality basis. Performance basis means quality basis. If performance is to expected points, to expected standards, then you say it's quality, good quality product. Yes, that is called good quality product. But remember, that too is not basic. That too is not absolute. That is relative to some standards, not in origin. There's a difference of understanding. When we have some property, we think we are absolute owner of that. No, it's not fact. You are owner of that, to use that, that's it. To use that and dispose that if it's over, its life is over. To replace it by new purchase. Or if you say, no, I'm not going to, it's my permanent. Of course that is permanent, that's okay. You make a house and you say it's my house, I am owner this and this is permanent. Indeed, your life that is permanent, nevertheless you are not permanent. So there is a relation of something being permanent and something being temporary or something being ad hoc. So my life is ad hoc, but life of that which I create is permanent. Permanent in the sense that it may stay for 200 years, 100 years, but I have to go. So even permanence is not permanence, you can say. Whole structures are there, which is still they are deteriorating and one day will fall. Even you preserve that. So if you say something, it comes back to something else. If you pinpoint something and it goes somewhere else and then goes somewhere else which you do not go, it takes its own cycle. So this means everything is change. Everything is change and everything is change, change and change. And change is for change and change is target. Change is destiny. You cannot stay without that. So change is dominating factor. Relativity is dominating factor. So quality has many inputs then. management got many inputs, then you cannot hold it like stay here. Yes, it stays there, but for time being, it moves to somewhere else. This kind of philosophy we have to develop. Remember 60 years back, 100 years back, what life was, and remember what life is today. Lot of difference. Lot of difference. Today's generation cannot even imagine that. Today you are enjoying all facilities, every facility in fact, you are enjoying only. But there was a time there was nothing. People lived that time also. I am also of that time when there was hardly one electric bulb in my room, my home, no television, no radio, no transistor, no calculators. That was also life. And today we have everything. That is also life. Only system is different, change and use is different. But still remember, eating is same, body system is same. I used to walk that time and today also I walk. Yes, I can use car, I can go by flight. But remember, thinking is same, body system is same. It was 10,000 years before, 20,000 years, till today is same. There is no change. Which means only our thoughts change. Only our mind standards change. But mind remains same. We have to think that way. Our management and our quality means quality has many minds, many faces in that case. Yes, it has. Quality has many faces. Quality has many faces. Life has many faces. And everything has many faces. These faces are many, but destiny is same. You study something, whatever field you study, you feel I know something. When you come out of university, you think I am king of this, I know everything. Yes, you know everything because you studied that. But you understand gradually, few months or in few years, you wash out all that from your mind. It doesn't mean it's gone. It only means that it has gone in past. Because you did not use that again and again, again and again. You keep forgetting that, but it's not forgotten. You could not pull it to your tongue. You could not take out from files of mind that memory which you studied. But once you open that book again, you will immediately know what you studied. This happens. Why I am trying to tell all this? This is all logical talk I am making. It's not talk like something, oh, I am just trying to force myself to listen to me. No. Don't listen to me. Experience yourself. Experience yourself what I am saying. You will find you can change yourself. You shall certainly find there are rooms that you can change. Many rooms are there in your life. You can change your attitude. You can change capacity of your mind. You can change your performing capacity. You manage time, which you do not. That's a fact of life. We say management. What management? Management also many legs. Which management are you talking? Are you talking of management just to make a schedule and work? Or you try to research on that? Or you try to even relook on what you did or what you are thinking. Do one thing, think something now, and then think after 1 hour something again that. Then next day you think same, and then try for 3 or 4 days, think on same. You will find many more inputs, or you will realize that whatever you thought yesterday was erroneous. It had certain defects. You will yourself get that answer. Because your mind is working for that. Your mind has its another power which is working for you, which you are not aware of. So once you opine on something, you think on something, you think many times on that with a gap, you will get many more responses from your soul and mind. This means from nature. When I say soul, it means nature. It means power of universe. You will mind many more suppositions, and then it will try to say, no, I am right. You will yourself say, it looks it's justified. It looks it's logical, and yesterday I could not understand, so I get it. And then try after 2 or 3 days more. You will find further development in that. This means do not stop at one point. Stop doesn't mean final. Keep on moving to other stops. You will discover many, many more realities of life. And that's why I say management and quality are not defined properly. These find their new definitions in every approach, in every progress, and you keep on moving, you'll find themselves in different modes and different fashions. So we cannot say why to stop at some point, because our life also keeps on moving every day. We keep on learning more and more every day, and we keep on forgetting everything every day. That is also true. So learning more equal to forgetting everything. When you learn more, you understand more. Past work you used to say, oh, there was an error. Today I know more than that. I can't change that I didn't pass. That's right, you can't change that past, but you can apply your knowledge for present one, and in future again you will say, this is in past, I did a mistake. So this mistake is always left behind when you learn something, and learning something is another mistake actually, because when you learn further and do further, you will find this mistaken. This is what is called the relative action, relative approach, not basic approach, because we relate everything to other thing, and then other thing to other thing, and then everything to other thing. So we can see, measure from origin to summary, you will find many, many, many changes, a curve of rising and falling, you will say on all those points in your life. If you remember what you were in standard one when you go to school and what you are today, you will find many, many changes. But all are facts of life, all is history, nothing is changed, but everything is changed. Physically you find changes, but energy-wise it is same. Your energy was used and also being used today. That time is the original energy, it was zero energy, now you are energized. You are an electron now, you are a current now. That time you are not an electron, you are value, maybe proton, maybe neutron. You had no neutrality, no proton power, you are not positive, you are just moving away, you are pushed away by your teacher or someone else. Today you are self-teacher, or you have another power, you can push away yourself, and that is where quality and value differ. Today you are a quality person, you are a management person. That time you are not. So when I say management quality, it applies to you first, to every individual. That's why I want to talk in a different mode. I don't want to talk what books say, what theories say. I don't believe in that perfectly, because that is written by someone who copies and pastes some books from 4 books to 5 books. Experience is very different. If you write very experienced, it's not easy. Everybody has different experience. And writing experience is not easy, because it requires art of writing, art of thinking, art of coordination, which everybody does not have. I have seen people who are very good in talking, but when they write something they can't write. And I have seen people who can write very well, but when they speak they can't. And I have seen people both quality. Are people there? Yes, they are. But it depends upon their devotion, their dedication, their participation. And when you use your mind, it works. And when don't use your mind, it doesn't work. Problem is, use of mind is very difficult. That's also a fact. Using mind is most difficult in this life. You can use other organs of this body very well. You can walk, okay, there is no result, you can walk, fine. You can use your hands for doing anything. You can see automatically, you are seeing the body, there is no system, there is no button you keep on and your eyes work. You keep on seeing, your nose is working, your ears are working. Use of mind. Mind works up to some level, that's automatic. Means it sees what is road, what is watching, it's seeing food. to some extent it works. But that is original. But if you want to use this, you have to apply force on that and work. That is not easy. That's not easy. We know the mind distributes energy to whole body. What is marriage? Marriage is luxury to someone and requirement to someone. It's both. Some say no, it's essential. Simultaneously, one person says no, it's not essential. Now there's a difference of opinion. For some, it's institution. For some, it doesn't mean anything. But both are same. Both are same. Both are right on their points. Because it is essential for you, it doesn't mean it's essential for everybody. Use of mind can be good for you. It can be headache for you. When a student studies, it's difficult for that student to study. He doesn't like to study. Why should I go to school unnecessarily? Because that student mind is very small. It's not developed. That's why the boy goes to school, the girl goes to school. That's only a reason. Because energy is to be fed into that mind. Energy with information, not only energy. Energized information is to be inculcated into mind of that kid. And once you start feeding energy, gradually, slowly, not very rapidly, that energy keeps on piling every year, and when school is finished, that energy speaks something. Yes, I am something. I can understand this, I know this, I am a school graduate. Then standard says, I am a school graduate. Because that mind is full of energy. And that energy is useful. All energy is fed in, work together, relate together in mind, and you can answer, you can receive questions, you can identify yourself, you can understand yourself, and you move with world, with that energy. So that is, you can say, original approach of human being. And somebody feels happy, I am graduate, I am school passed, somebody feel happy. Somebody may not feel happy because it's burden for someone. I am using mind, it's very difficult, I want to sleep. And if you sleep, you can't use your mind. So that's what I'm saying. It varies from individual to individual how you take your life. But remember, whether you use your mind or you don't use your mind, still you have to remain in society, you have to remain in this world. Of course, you will have different standard of valuation of your personality, but you have to give quality where you are. Even you are a shopkeeper, even you are a vendor, small vendor, if you are selling vegetable, even then you have to involve yourself with quality and management. It's very important. Somebody does not understand mathematics. There are people, I don't know mathematics, really I can speak very good English. Okay, you don't know mathematics, and that person doesn't like mathematics, runs away because there's some defect in his education. He could not pick up that subject, which is very important in life. Because without mathematics, you cannot move even a single step. You cannot move in a single step. Mathematics is that type of knowledge. English is a language. Doesn't matter. You can learn any time. But mathematics you cannot learn any time in your life because it is original subject. It starts from something zero, negative. It takes place in your mind very difficultly. You don't like this, to keep in mind. But without keeping this in mind, you cannot achieve anything, remember. Maybe you know small, even little. That's where I say, my approach towards management and quality of life is quite different. It's not extraordinary, I'm not saying that. It's something different which people do not believe. People say, no, there's a standard, you have to follow that. Yes, there is a standard, but that standard was made stand by whom? That standard did not come from sky directly and you received it. That standard you generated. So what is your generation is that? That's not a standard actually. That is your thought. Because you are a powerful person, you named it standard. Otherwise, it's not a standard. But we have to accept it as a relative standard. In some relation, it is standard. Otherwise, this is no standard. A standard stands in your mind. What's a standard of mind? Let us say. What is a standard of mind? Can you define what is standard of mind? If you ask 50 people, 50 persons, you get 100 answers. Which one to adopt? That's why my basics is to understand very well first, analyze everything first, then think on that analysis, delivery of my mind, and synthesize all after solving that. What we do in engineering, let us say, you can understand by that. Maybe people are surprised. They know only what's going on physically. They don't know what happens behind scenes. We don't know what happens behind scenes. No. We know physically something is being constructed, some building is constructed, some flyover is constructed, something is being done. We know that, and everybody knows that. And you think that's only existence. No, that's not existence. That is not existence at all. That is part existence. That's only a part of whole. That's part of whole. You know what is human nature? There are two ways to do something. What we understand in our engineering, in our surveying or somewhere, there are some philosophies, some presumptions or some understanding of systems that we have two ways. Either work from whole to part, work from whole to part, or work from part to whole. There are two ways. Do you understand that? One mechanism says work from part to whole, and another mechanism says work from whole to part. What does it mean? Now I give an example, live example. Generation of body. We say body is delivered, baby is delivered. My you can say assumption is that God does a work from whole to part. He doesn't deliver in parts and say assemble them. Construction of our body is as whole, but construction of a machine is from parts to whole. We design machine as whole. We design every machine as whole because we design system. But when we come to manufacturing, we do not manufacture machine directly. There may be hundreds of parts in that machine. Every part is manufactured differently. It's designed differently. And then all products received from all parts, all manufacturers of those parts are assembled together and machine is integrated and commissioned. But approach is another one. Here it is whole, part to whole. You are manufacturing each part based on design, of course, based on some technology, of course, but when production comes in, each part is manufactured and then processed to assemble. So machine is manufactured, machine is delivered to you. But there's another approach. Start from whole and go to part. Means you have complete package delivery, you can say, package delivery of that whole, and it comes to part. Means all parts are integrated automatically first and then worked upon to commission them and deliver. So my approach is that if you want to do something, you think of that. Just not do something, okay, it will be done, we start, and then you stop somewhere. Because you did not think thoroughly and started doing that. When I studied, I used to do surveying. I was very small that time, young. And I used to see whole two part you follow. We could not understand what our teacher used to say, what our professor used to say. What is this whole two part? Because we neither understood what is part, we neither nor understood what is whole. We understood nothing because we were empty-minded. All kids are like that. In your school, in your colleges, you are going to learn. So you have to learn. You know nothing, that's why you are there to learn. It is easy to say, oh, I know everything, I'm married to a student, I got a gold medal there. There is no gold medal. There is no gold medal. That's only relative. Okay, this student is duffer and this student is very intelligent and this is further intelligent. So you can measure range of these qualities of both, characters of both. Okay, you are gold medalist and this is zero. That's it. So that's also comparative. My whole two part is different. Imagine completely. Maybe God started universe construction. You think that God started one planet here and one planet here and one planet here, or as a system that God started. Who knows what? I think that God started complete system. Is that Mr. Very irritating. I think some good morning, Mr. Kinori. I don't know. On this side, Ahmed, Masood, and all right. All welcome you all. I'm fine. Good morning to whoever's there. Well, sometime I speak. Maybe you people don't like why I'm longing, pulling that talk, but it's something important because mind says something which books do not say, and books say something which mind doesn't accept. This happens. It's not necessary always the books are right, and it's also not necessary books are wrong. Both are there. There are some books which are original, which are textbooks, which are reference one. Means if somebody writes something using mind, that is very, very, you can say, rare. You think something and write. That's very rare. You research on something and write, that's very rare. That is done only in papers and research papers which you can say, this is research published and that research published. This is a research note and that's a research. It's done. But there is something which is thought and written. That's not research paper. Original one, you can say exponent one. You keep on thinking something and get some answer. You may not call it scientific work, you may not call it engineering work, you may not call something. It's something, unique, unknown to you. It's something which you do not know. But that may be factual. That may be factual. Maybe secret of God, secret is God. God never discloses its secret. That's also a fact. You may die. There may be destruction everywhere, but God never releases, never publishes its secrets. That's another point. So those people who reveal secret, who understand secret by power of God, you will find them different people. They are not interested in publicity. They are not interested to be celebrity. No. They don't want anything. They are already immersed in their thoughts. Only that person immerses in thought, and that is comfort of his life. That person doesn't need physical comforts, good clothing, good housing, good cars. No. That mind of exponent person does not receive these physical activities, these physical beings very comfortably. That person is living in another world where you cannot enter in even. Even for entering into that world, you have to think a lot. So what sort of management is there? Is that not a part of personal management, private management, mind management? This is mind also manages. If I am proud, I am managing this, which is nothing. Mind has control with nature. Mind is a switch for my body. You can say it's a panel, switch panel or distribution board to me. or a local point of switch, control switch to me. When it's put on automatically, I start thinking, and when it stops, I stop thinking. So where is that management here? It's my body's management, my mind management, which management? All these points we have to understand very well. It's completely different. And actually, this leads to research, this leads to further thinking, and you generate something. You must have heard scientists worldwide, they keep thinking without any plan. They sometimes forget also that food is required, lunch is required, tea is required, ironing clothes are required. Those people forget. This happens. Because when you keep busy, you don't think of stomach, you don't think of something. Of course, during your thinking, you go to vision. Sometimes you sleep during that time. You don't even notice. It happens. When you come just busy in thinking and thinking, suddenly you feel sleep. Momentarily, maybe for 2-3 minutes or for 5 minutes or 10 minutes. But during that time, sometimes you are shocked, amazed, oh, I got this answer. You got some answer. Answer of some problem you never expected this answer would be. But you got that. Because that mail came to you during your sleep, instant sleep, and that mail delivered to you your question, solved your problem and responded to you. This you do, and you do that automatically. You do that automatically, which you never planned till yesterday, and you do it today. So there where you are a medium between that power and this earth power. You are a station, you are a post office for that power, that you are delivering your work to public once it is resolved. My management is that type of imagination, because it is imagination, of course. It's not physically existing, but it is existing. Though it's not physical, it is mental, it is psychological. You may say it is spiritual also, because after all your mind is a soul, your mind is energy, and energy is a spirit. You will change yourself. You won't worry for what you know, you will worry for what you don't know. Because known is no meaning, because it's known. What's unknown is meaningful because it's not known. So you are always in search of unknown, and that search of unknown is very difficult to get in. And once you join that profession of knowing unknown, you are a different person. You are a different person in that. And your mind is completely different. Your mind cannot match with others. You will be called mad, you will be called psychological, you will be called means inhuman, something else, sankhi, or whatever you can call that, doesn't matter. Because reading of those persons is like that. Those persons cannot read you. Their minds are unable to reach to your mind to know what your mind is. There's a lot of difference in curve. That difference is not wealth. That difference is contemplation. Your template of concentration is called contemplation, which means concentration template. We call it CONTMPLate, contemplate. So it's a contemplation is concentration template. Your concentration template is not that wide in size. You have to widen it, only then you can talk to that concentration. Here, when I talk of this subject of my management, I am just trying to explain to you how management is generated, how you can go to understand that without referring to books. Because I did not find any such book till now when I try to get in, that whatever I am looking for, I get that information from those books. Though these are reference books, these are very professional books, written by very top people, but information that I try to get out from them is not seen, is not available. Even I've tried on Google, I could not find that information which I expected. So in that case, when there is nothing available for you, you have to find it from your own system, and that is your use of mind. Your mind will give you every answer, even though your non-mind is qualified for that. It will search out from someone, or it will project you something through some other medium. That is what is required. And when I am talking of management in construction engineering or engineering, only that I am going to talk about is very important one. Because construction is construction, design is design, planning is planning, safety is safety, work is work. You can't go without that. It's not today that started, it started long back. But development continues, thoughts continue. They have met many better people before me, much better people, and there will be many more, much better than me. I am nowhere, but somewhere, I am nowhere, even then somewhere you are. I may say I am nowhere, but somewhere, okay, at bad place, no problem. Maybe at bad entity. I have to accept that. Bad is also important because sewage is bad in your minds. Oh, this is sewage, smelling offensive, smelling hydrogen sulfide. I don't understand here. But this is yours. You forget that. It's your own. It's your own food. You consume that, now you are delivering. It's sewage. So it's your own. You hate it because it's sewage. You don't like to see it. But you eat it, you are happy, you are having comfort. So your comfort has gone to sewage. This means everything is going to sewage at one time. When you are going to sewage one time, you are going to be burned or graveyard. You may be graveyard, right? So this is sewage in fact. So why are you having so much pride of that? You may be big, you may be small, doesn't make a difference. But you are only temporary. You are only timely. You have a birth date, you have a death date, but that is limited to your body. No one can remove that. During that duration, which means death of death and date of birth, difference of two is your age. This age is very important for everything. Your personality, your growth, your mind, your work, your achievement, your character. Character is also quality. If you don't have quality of character, you are nothing. People will not identify as, oh, this is idiot, somebody will say. Oh, this is rock, somebody will say. Oh, this is a robber, somebody will say. This person is thief, somebody will say. Oh, this person is a prideful person. This person talks a lot. They will measure your character value in that scale. But you have some standards, you achieved some level, they will talk, oh, so Dr. Sahab, Wakil Sahab, Judge Sahab. They will have different tone, but you are same. Just going after school to 6 years or 5 years education doesn't mean you did something, but your character has changed in eyes of those who don't have any relation to you, but they talk about you. This happens. This is life. You were nothing, you did not have any education. People used to take different names. Oh, this is like the Lalla Palla, Galla Palla, they will like that. But now you are Sir, you are Shriman. So this is definition of character. Change of your addressing. They address you differently. Labor है, मजदूर है, ये है, वो है. And if you are educated, oh साहब, supervisor है, foreman है, compounder है, doctor है. Address is different. This means we only know what is physical development. We do not know what is quality development. You may be respected as a professional, but somebody knows, oh, you are a corrupt, then you will lose your respect at all. Ay, chor hai, harami hai, bolega aisa na. That happens. That's why I am saying your ultimate achievement will be quality. You have to manage yourself with quality character. Otherwise, your achievements are also fake. Hawks, you can say. Your achievements are hawk. This background I just formulated to interact with you. You should know actually what is my thought based. How do I think? How do I value my life? How I want to move? Or how did I move in my last past careers? I am not very successful indeed. I am not very big person. I am very, you can say, below average person. I consider that because I don't want to be big, and I'm not big. Why should I say I'm big? I am very normal like you are. Maybe you are much better than me. I cannot say. Maybe you are much powerful than me. You have much more knowledge than me. You are just examining when I'm talking. You can. But you cannot change thoughts. Once you develop thoughts of something, that level starts as intelligent level. And when you are moved by some other's thought, then you are not intelligent, you are just a follower. You are just a person who accepts commands and nothing else. You are only a keyboard of a computer in that case. But when you start thinking even very small level. You start level of intellect. Because thinking means your mind starts working. When you originally think, you are forced to think by some teacher. I am not talking of that state of mind. I am talking of state of mind. When you are automatically forced to think, means that level of your mind is powerful now. You can think yourself. Your mind forces you to think. That level is called intellect level. From where you can start thinking and you can multiply and drive your thinking power. That power is something where you can move further to endless limits. And there you do not use their energy thereafter for physical entertainment, for physical comforts. Those, of course, you would do, but momentarily, you can say, you won't continue that regularly. You will try to keep off that frequently, because when you compare comfort that you draw from use of mind and from use of physique, you will not like to have again and again comfort from physique, but from your immersion of your mind into that world where you draw happiness and pleasure that is permanent. That pleasure gives you another degree of energy, while using physique does not give you any additional degree of pleasure, additional degree of development, but here you store something else also in addition to that, because when you think on something, automatically related information do come in. Just understand that. When you start thinking on something, automatically it will bring in relative interlinked information to that thought article, that thought subject. If it doesn't come at that time, it will come on brainstorming of that contemplation. That is my experience. Use of mind, and particularly use of mind with quality, means quality mind, I can say, mind which is destined somewhere, which is not just falling somewhere and then after some time there's no value in that. So project management and quality management starts from your own. If you can train yourself, if you can train your body and mind together, I think you will prove yourself as best manager in your life, best qualifier in your life. You can qualify your work. You can say this work is quality work because I have done it and because I can prove it, and you have to prove that. And you prove that means you establish that Once you prove something, you can establish that as organization, as initiation, that it is there. Because once it's proved, no one can deny that. That is what scientific result is. Once you prove some principle or some method or something or some formula, there can be no challenge to that. Proof is proof, establishment is establishment. That's very important point that we should realize. I'll take some water. I just want to take some time in this type of pre-talk or pre-discussion because it's very essential in life. It may take some moments, sometimes, which is for your future. If I take some time on that, I also during my talk think a lot. You don't think I'm just talking. No, I don't. I keep on thinking also. Otherwise, no, you can't talk like that. I have also experienced that when I talk using mind, not the bark only. This is the difference in barking and talking. There was two ways when you talk, but not too many ways, but I'm taking two ways only. If you talk just for sake of talking, without using mind, you cannot talk at length. You will talk for half an hour, some more, or you will divert your talk during your talk itself. There are two types of diversions also. What is related to talk and what is just your talking for sake of talking. And while you are talking, simultaneously if you are thinking, that is talking. If I am talking and information comes to me during talk itself and I collect that information and further talk on that, keeping in view that information, that is real talk. In that talk you don't need any written information. You don't need, yes, you may need points, but you don't need any input. I am reading this and talking, not that. This is called talking to that subject, improvisation to that subject, and information which is available just to interact, to club that information. But when you are just talking for sake of talking to please others, oh, you can talk a lot, means I consider that talk as barking, which has no destiny, no input in that and no output of that. And that person even knows after that what I taught, he forgets. But when you talk keeping you some point, some subject, and when additional information comes to you, which your mind automatically receives and transmits to your talk, that is never forgotten. That programs itself. And that is, you can say, internal brainstorming. We brainstorm always. Oh, there's session of brainstorming. People are debating. People are doing congress. People are doing seminars. Here, there's a seminar which is internal in your mind. Your seminar is questioning itself as in answering also. It's raising points itself and it's answering as well. Is this inbuilt seminar? It's unsupported seminar, supported only by your own and your friend, that is information supplier, information courier, you can say. So if you try that, you will feel it. You try once, twice, and you'll get it. But it depends upon your level of concentration. It depends upon what you think. If you think for a moment and then forget it, you cannot get that. If you remember what you thought and after 1 second you forget, but remember, when you keep on thinking that time and again, automatically you will get that reference in your talks and you immediately say, oh yes, I was thinking of that. So my talk is generally based on that. Either I don't talk, I write, I like it, write something. Because writing is also very difficult, it's not that easy. Talking is sometimes, I'm talking is easy. Because I can talk and I don't think what I'm talking but keep on talking. But when I write, talking and writing are different. Talking is accelerated. It accelerates. But writing cannot accelerate. but it's too difficult because you are thinking and writing. I like that. Otherwise, you cannot be author. Books cannot be available if writing is not available. If writing is not working, it doesn't work. But culture of people has changed. There was a time when writing was considered top. He's an author. He's a writer. Not easy to become a writer. Writing books, writing newspapers, writing something else. Writer is a writer. But now people don't want to study, don't want to read. So value of writer has also gone down. Who is writer? Now on Facebook everybody is writer. A person who abuses is also a writer. A person who posts some naked photo is also a writer. Everybody is a writer. So writer has come down to that level. Unfortunately, they are all writers who are using abusive language on Facebook or on our media. They are all writers. There is no destiny, there is no target, no objective, but they are writers. So where is writer now? I write a lot on many, for example, structural engineers forum. I write a lot of postings in my past years. I write on many websites. I write on Facebook or somewhere else. I find people are not interested in reading. I don't know why. Reason I don't understand. People do not like reading. I don't find responses on that. Maybe my writing is bad, of course, could be. I don't understand how to write. And moreover, remember, everything cannot be spoken. Yes, in your subject you are forced to study because you have to pass examination. That is your compulsion. If there is no examination, you will not study also. If they say, okay, we pass you just to attend the classes, just like happens in US in many cases, attend so many % of classes and you are okay. If that procedure applies here, no one shall study. Here, only benefit is that you are forced to study at least until you pass some examination. You are forced to read books and read papers or something what is required for your getting through that examination. So that is still a force behind. But if you write in general, I am really upset with that. And why culture has changed? You know, writing is a skill and reading is also a skill. Both are skills. If you cannot read, you cannot write, and if you cannot write, you cannot read. Reading different books, reading different topics, at least you get some knowledge. You get some writing knowledge also, not only theoretical knowledge of that subject. A skill of writing, a skill of reading, you know. And when you write something, you find your all mistakes. You know how to write, how to compose sentences, how to compose something. But now if you write something, I get very, generous response, I may say, sympathetic response, I may say, I do not know English, please write in Hindi. This response I get many times. I don't mind it. If you do not know English, I don't mind it. But I mind that you are wasting some time. You are losing some opportunity. Because it is communication, don't hate language. Language is not mother here. Here communication is important. You are able to communicate, which is very much part of management, because management actually is communication, to be very frank. Management depends on communication. Without communication, you cannot do anything. It may be verbatim, it may be documentary, or it may be visionary, it may be expressive, it may be video. Whatever way of communication you adopt, that is very essential. But if you say, no, I don't know, my language is Hindi and my language is Tamil and my language is there and that, I don't like English. This means you are running away. You are running away from responsibility. When I say my English is my mother tongue, when I say my language, all languages are mine, which you know is fine, which you don't. I don't hate French also, I don't know ABC of French. But it doesn't mean I should hate if I don't know. I heard Arabic a lot, but I can't speak. It doesn't mean that that's bad for me. Okay, that's a language. Why do you hate language? English, you are writing, it is the Bharat and you write Hindi. Such kind of defective thinking doesn't help. Well, I write too many. Okay, no problem. If you do not know English, learn it. What's the problem? English is required because it's writing language, it's communication language, if not around world to a major part of world. It doesn't mean you're a slave of English and your Hindi people do not like, they don't read your document. So what's benefit of communication? How shall you communicate that? Question is source of communication, medium of communication. It's not source of language, your mother tongue or no mother tongue. That's not a question here. If you cannot communicate, then what shall you do? How shall you sell your product? I mean to say, you are also a product. How shall you sell your services if you don't know language? Your Hindi is not being used in that sales market. English is being used. How shall you sell yourself? Shall you keep a selling agent who can speak English? So you can't trust everything, everyone. Only see, don't hate like this. If you hate on language base or you hate on religion base or you hate on caste base, then you are damaging yourself, you are not damaging someone else. Those people must understand you are not damaging others. If you hate some religion, you are hating yourself in fact. You are not hating others. You are negativating yourself. You are damaging yourself. Because religion is something else. You don't like that, okay, no problem. Why do you hate that? It is same thing, I don't like your face, what do you do? I don't like see your nose is dirty, I don't like see your eyes are dirty. Is there some answer to that? There's no answer to that. So if you hate something, oh I hate this person is this religion, I hate this caste. You are not hating that person. You are hating yourself. Because that person is also a God's product like you are. You are hating God. Just try to understand. You are not hating that person, you are hating yourself because you too are produced by same authority which that person was produced by. So you are both similar. There is no difference. You are identifying yourself this way and you are identifying that person that way, that's all. Same thing applies to language, same thing applies to racism, same thing applies to everywhere. Don't be part of stupidity. That's what I would say. Your language is for you, fine, you are welcome for that. That person's language is for that person. But how to resolve? Question is that. It's impossible. The whole world knows English, or whole world knows Hindi, or whole world knows Tamil. It's impossible. But English is used a kind of compromise method, which at least communicates between two, not more than that. Not more than that. Even in those countries where Arabic is used, you go and see how they work. English is used for purpose of communication. English is used for purpose of many documents except official documents, except those documents which are used for formal government purposes, not for some other purposes. So, yet 60% or 70% portion of their working is done in English language because question is communication, not something else. You could not develop your language for communication. This is not fault of those who have developed English for communication. This is your fault. Why do you hate it then? I use English. I don't feel any pride in that. But this is a procedure. People use that, so I use that. It doesn't mean I am slave to English or I am not slave to Hindi. Hindi is also my language. But that language is limited in use. That language has no extensive scope of work. English has got some scope of work. If I don't use English, I cannot work in my profession. To be very frank, current state is that. So just understand. Treat every language as your language. After all, how can you remove yourself from earth? Tell me. You think you are living in India only, Bharat only? No, you are wrong. Yes, you are a part of Bharat, India, but doesn't mean you are not part of this world. Because you are part of this world, that's why you are part of this country. Your country is Earth. Factually. Your country is not Bharat, India. Your country is not USA. Your country is not somewhere else. Your country is Earth. Can you take out Bharat portion from Earth? Can you take out USA portion from Earth? You cannot. So that is your people creation, that this is Bharat and this is US. God's creation is Earth. So do not hate someone. Hate is no answer. Hate is only obstruction, only creating stupidity in your mind because you don't have knowledge. You are swayed by someone. Don't be swayed by someone. If you sway based on your knowledge, based on your own study, that is where your management applies. Apply management value into yourself first. You have got mind. Why are you using mind of someone else to move you? Use your mind and know that's okay, I accept that. But you are using mind of someone else who is capturing your mind and forcing you to do what that person wants. That is your stupidity. That person is more intelligent who is using your mind. You are not intelligent because you are duffer. That's why you are not using your mind. Use your mind and see what that person is doing. Who is controlling your mind? You will come out of grasp, you are kind of gripping of that person. And where your mind starts, your mind has been locked by that person. That's why you can't think on yourself. Because you are a toy for that mind who is using you. Don't be a toy. Use your mind yourself. You will be free from all problems. Everybody wants to use others here. This is world. Every person wants to use others for their own benefits, not for your benefit. Here you are not applying your life management, your life items. You are not applying that, but you are feeling happy and you are starting hating others. Why you hate others? Tell me. Do you hate yourself? Have you ever thought of that? Hate yourself and see how you answer. You shall not hate yourself. No, never. But you hate your enemies. You hate those who don't like you. You hate them. But you don't know meaning of hate. If you hate, you are hating yourself. Simple. You are using your energy in the hate. That energy can be used somewhere else. Use that energy somewhere else and see a result. It is energy that your soul is. And here my contemplation is completely different. Completely different. You may consider philosophical talk. You may consider whatever kind of talk that you mind that. Thinking changes you, remember. When you join primary school or KG, your thinking doesn't exist. It exists very small in toffee, in ice cream, in toys, in that. Because your mind has no power, that's why you can't think. You want to enjoy with your mind, with these toys and games and all that. And when you prime your mind by these, then you start getting something when you go to primary school, to secondary school, some other school. Of course, your mind will start working and getting information feedback, and this mind starts working once you pass school or you pass university. That's only purpose of education, otherwise there's no purpose. Then you decide your future, you decide in which field you have to go, you decide after that. So imagine that you did not decide anything, you have to live in this without a decision, but you have to live. That's what I say, when I say management or quality, it applies not only to projects which I handle and you handle, but also to individual project of body development and mind development, personality development, you can say total personality development, just like you say total quality management. This is total personality management, TPM. And if you don't have TPM, you cannot do anything in your life. First requirement is total personal management, and then you can do whatever you want. Once you decide, you evaluate yourself. What is your value? Where do you want to go? Or in how many routes do you want to go? It's not necessary to follow one route only. You can follow many routes. It's up to your capacity, up to your mental state, mental power and physical power, how many destinations you can choose for yourself. As much as energy you store in, you can do lot that much. That I can assure you. So if you want to love others, but don't hate others. This is my advice to you. Do not know what others say, just think what your mind says. If you think you are a killer, you want to be a killer, a murderer, well, that's up to you. If you want to say, no, I want to stay standard life, I want to be quality life, good life, and helping others' lives like that, live and let live, Geo or Gene do. If you want that type of life, then you have to change your character, your quality of thinking, your thinking management, your own institution within you. Everybody has got some institutionalized arrangement within body and mind, and just understand that institution, and among that institution you will find complete difference processed body and mind for yourself. That is very difficult to do, but that is not impossible to do. There are many people who overhaul themselves and they progress well in life, because you must have positive approach, positive energy along with negative energy both, because positive energy is result and negative energy is your mind. Mind has both kinds of energies, don't forget that. Negative energy as well as positive energy, but I respect more to negative energy, because negative value is more important than positive value. People take it differently otherwise, I don't know why. Remember, negative is invisible, which is real. When you see x-axis, y-axis and z-axis in graphics, you say this x, o, x or x0, x, this y0, y, or this is z0, z, whatever way you can define that. But remember, there can be no positive, there is no negative. This is life. If there is no negative, there can be no positive. Positive cannot exist without negative. This is principle of life. This is principle of mathematics. If there is no negativism, there is no positive to remember. So don't hate negative also. Negative is a science. Negative is engineering. Negative is mathematics. Negative is electron. We say electron is negatively charged, proton is positively charged, and neutron is not charged. We say in chemistry, we say in atomic physics, element, this atom, and this atomic structure. We know this much. It's not now. For decades we know that. This means electron. And see capacity of electron, current, electric supply, silicon shapes, electronic work, electronic world. Can you see that electron? You can't see. You cannot see. But everything is made of atoms. Everything is made of elements. So is electron there within you, and is proton there within you, as also neutron within you, millions and billions and trillions within you. Don't you accept this fact? So that electron is very dangerous, because electron is negative, it ionizes, it moves from here to there, it doesn't care for anybody, it makes clouds, it makes lightning. Does it? It does. So when it makes lightning in the sky, it can create clouds. What else you want it to do for you? This means electron works for you. It ionizes and deionizes. It moves within your mind. This electric current is flowing is also based on electronic flow. Your computer is electronized. So you cannot say that negative doesn't exist. But remember, negative multiplied with negative becomes positive. That's also true. If you multiply 2 negatives, it becomes positive. If you multiply 3 negatives, it becomes negative. But if you multiply 4 negatives, it becomes positive. Is that not right? So you cannot say that negative does not have any role in your life. Thinking is negative, remember. Thinking is negative and it digs positive for you. When excavator of negative works, it digs out, it unearths positive for you. And then you use that for multiplication and division. You uses many formula on that, and you find complete change lot. So do not think everything is positive. Also use negative as a support, because you will understand risks only when you use negative. If you want to know risks, what risks are there in this work I am going to do, that is called risk management, risk-based thinking, right? But that risk is negative, because that's risk. And once you resolve, you reach a point when you say, yes, I have understood this risk, I resolve it this way, that risk becomes an opportunity which is positive. This is how I think. This is my way of thinking. I start with negative and find opportunity, and that is risk to solution. So risk is converted to opportunity. This is progressive work. You face risk, don't ignore that. And if you ignore risk, means you shall welcome accident. Of course, certainly you will welcome that. So if you want to avoid accident, you understand risk. And when you understand risk, you will find cure for that. And that's a prevention. Prevention is better than cure. If you prehend, if you pre-understand, preview, or you can say if you are a visionary, you can see what is risk and what is solution. That level of understanding is very important. I'm not telling you something in subject. It's based on my thinking. If you try sometime, you try when you're free, you try to do something your own, don't take any feedback from someone, and consider risk, what risks are involved, 2 or 3 or 4 risks in whatever task you are going to do. If you are able to understand those risks, you are intelligent. Means risk understanding, you know mean what that? This means analysis. Analysis. If you want to know risk, you have to analyze. And if you want to analyze, you have to consider everything negatively as well as positively. Both you have to consider. Oh, this is negative. But remember, negative is converted to positive. Positive is already there. This will stop you to think negative. But negative forces you to think, myself, I am negative. Listen to me. This is your problem, and I am negative means I am your problem. And you solve me. Try it. You find that. If you don't try that, positive won't support you. It will destroy you. If you don't use your wealth, say you are very rich, you are billionaire. So you have pride in yourself. I am billionaire. Yes, you have pride. I can buy this man, I can buy this person, I can buy an engineer, and I can buy a doctor. That kind of pride occupies your mind. Which means you are occupied by dangers. Because mind is occupied by someone else, and your mind is not free. And if your mind is not free, you can't think on. You can't decide risk. So you result in accident. Either sometimes you are too rich, that's also accident, or you are too loser, bankrupt. That is real accident. Value of mind, everybody cannot measure. Everybody cannot understand. But if you use it properly, you will manage everything successfully. That's what I call management. It's not limited to project management, it's limited to life. Today what's happening? COVID-19. Though it's not this subject I'm talking of, but that's the reference. Whole world failed. Because nobody even thought of that. Oh, we'll manage this virus, we can manage. Big people of this world state. Everybody failed. Scientists have failed. All data analysts have failed. Political leaders have failed. And in fact, whole world has failed. They may recover it. I cannot say. Today, it doesn't answer this question. When it is in peak, we are not giving a response. There is no result. All risks have gone because we did not analyze this risk. We failed to foresee this kind of problem. So this is a solid example I'm telling. We did not consider negative aspect. This is negative. It's not positive. If you see size of this, that's information as in, I got this information from some source. The size of this particle is not positive. Positive in a sense, it cannot say positive. If size of something is size 0.0025 millimeters, what do you call it? You may say it's positive as far as sign is concerned, but it is 0.0025 size of one particle. You can't see that. Not only your eyes can see that, even your electron microscope cannot see that. So small it is. And when you say 0.0025 millimeters, what does it mean? It is 1 over how many zeros? 1, 0, 0, 0 like that. This means that power to minus 1, right? Mathematically say that, if write in mathematical terms, this 0.0000 like that, and reverse it to just know its size, it will be in that 1 over this to power minus 1. Had all taken care of this in past, in right time, there will be no such problem, because integration and you can say adherence to solutions and problems and past solutions and past lessons learned would help us, because now it's no use just to debate on that. I'm just giving it as an example, counter example. So my contemplation, my thoughts are little varying in nature. Maybe you people don't agree with that. It's up to you. Everybody has different contemplating levels. Your levels of contemplating maybe are much better than I think. You can be. You have every right. You have a right to be that. But it's not normal. And that's why I always stress on management that way. My management and quality are this, what I'm telling you. Think before what you do, and whatever you do, you plan for that. Plan for that based on thinking, not necessarily formal planning, but planning in mind. Then you have to do it, and then you have to check it, and when you find something out of that, you have to improve that. That is required. So small procedure, as rightly said on IS 9001-2015, it said plan, do, check, right? Act. Plan, do, check, act. Means when you are saying plan, do, check, plan and do are right. That's okay, plan and do. But you are not sure. You are not sure. That is why you say check it. And when you check it, you are checking it. Then you say, act. Act what? This means when you check, you will find something irrelevant, not to point, or some defective work which you have to correct. Or you can say failure of compliance of standards, so you have to correct. You have to resume that to standard. You have to restore to standard. This is all. That's all. It's not only for activities or events or operations, it's for everything. And that's why I say, when you say whole to part, or you say part to whole, if you say part to whole, it's very hard work, because you do not know what this part would do for how much, what scale of its life performance, and its durability with life of that machine. And I say part to whole, but I say whole to part. In that case, I have decided life of this machine is this much, so many years. That is my broad specification. I decide this is life of this machine. This means when I say overall picture of that design, and there may be any number of parts in that machine, that durability or age of that machine which I design would apply to all parts contained in that machine. So all parts shall be taken care of when I work on that machine for purpose of its design and construction. So whole to part means everything is affected when something is affected or not. In proportionally, everything is affecting, and that is where I stand. Whole to part. So when I design a building, or design a document, or design something, I must have a destination. This is total objective that I want to gain in this, or this my document is based on this objective. I am not too worried about detailing of that. I have to worry about how to get that objective on piece of paper. So my thinking process in mind entirely changes. It doesn't think of one part, it thinks of complete machine. So I keep machine in my mind, I keep performance of that machine in my mind, I keep what material of machine should be, what theory of application, theory of thinking should be, what mechanism should work for this. So my complete mind exercise works for that whole system, and I get answer accordingly. And whenever I design something or verify some part, when it is done, I would keep that point in mind, that this part is no different than machine. This part is an integrated part of this machine. So whatever efficiency that machine is giving me, whatever work that machine is giving me, this part must also be in contemplation or in interface of that machine, or in coordination to that procedure. Only then I can say that this is a part of this machine. Otherwise I would say this is not a part, this is just a part. Just a part is not a part, or a part are all different designs. So my whole or part must be with me. If I am thinking of some product, I am thinking of some system, some logic, this must be understood very well. Now how do you understand that one? When I am going to design a building, okay, you may say, okay, so many columns here, so many, you may say that. But first I have to contemplate, well, what I am going to do. I am not going to check column size or beam size, no, not that. That's not my objective. That is second objective or third objective. My first objective is, shall this building perform? That's my first objective. What is in my mind? If that building performs, I think, then I have to start thinking, how shall it perform? And if I am successful in that thinking, how shall they perform, this building perform, then I can move my mind further on this way, I push it this way, I push it that way, I push it this way, or I just shut it, I just vibrate this. How shall it work? And then if I am satisfied, yes, my design can work that way, then I have to plot it first. I have to produce it first. Yeah, it can perform. It can perform this way according to my observation, according to my mind, non-calculative, or you can say non-descriptive ideas, that this machine or building is going to work like this. I establish that totality, and that's the whole. I establish that whole theory, WHOLE, whole. I establish my whole mechanism on that. That whole is first step. This means it's a unit. There's something going to exist. So how I have to build it, then buildability comes. Then we start thinking on various theories, various analysis of each framing of that building, and then after analysis of framing, each component of building, it may be diaphragm, slab, it may be vertical columns or vertical walls or something else, and foundation. Then there is use, otherwise there is no use. If I say, no, I fix one column, then you will keep on moving here and there, you will not find anything in unity and integrity term. So integrity is very important. That's why we say person's integrity is doubtful. Say or not? This machine's integrity is doubtful. We say that. We all say we have to work for integrity. Integrity means joining everybody for same task, for same blood, for same future, for same thing. That is called integration. Just like we do integral calculus and differential calculus. We study mathematics. No? That's all that. There's a limit defined only, that's all. This integration is 0, this lower limit is higher limit. That limit we also define a building. This is our constraint on earthquake seismic action. This is our constraint on wind action. This is our constraint on live actions. This is our constraint on this action, that action, fire action. They are all limits defined. So integration is defined. Now I have to do brief and detailed work on that. Once I decide what building I need, and actually that is called architecture of building, because based on my whole combination, whole integrity, whole imagination of that building, I have established building. I have established building. Now I have to work on that from each whole part to each member part. That's what counts. That's what we should think. And when we think like that, we do not think about integration or disintegration of society. We think construction of society, construction of everything, and their management comes into play. So if you want to manage something, you have to pre-manage something, otherwise you cannot understand what you are going to do. So here management and quality comes into play. And because there are set rules for everything, otherwise you cannot manage anything, and that rule comes into picture, that rule. That's also very important. And so I say, when I say someone is engineer, and I consider that body engineer only when he has certain sets of criteria satisfying that engineering. And that's education, that's experience, that's specialization of experience, and performance. These are all required to establish someone's competency. It's not simply a document I'm having and competent, no. You have to establish that. That document is support to you, but that document should be document. It's not simple imagination. You should know what document is. So I say my approach is little different in this case. I am trying to share my experience with you, not just gossipism. It's not gossipism. It's real how we should think. And if thinking changes everything, if you think something, you change everything. Today temperature was just more. It was 27 morning, early morning at 3 o'clock, which is not. Sorry. It had talking doesn't matter. You don't know. I took away from me. See, I didn't like that, but it happened. It happened. No problem. Here, let's go away from here. Let's see, let's wash it off. Some drop left on this. Okay. Anyway, now I come to point of this talk, this scope, that regarding our engineers, our projects and development of nation, where not only ours but every nation, there is some reference required for deciding competencies, and you can say deciding responsibilities, you can say rather competencies, responsibilities of conduct in life, what you should do, what's your status, what's your role, and that leads us to certain standardizations in that profession. And our profession of engineering also there are some standards of qualifications, and that which I was talking to you regarding IEI in abbreviated form and Institution of Engineers India in detailed full form. I talked to you about that at length last time. I already talked and still continuing that, and that is, you can say, I had covered lot discussion in that, and balance of those I'm going to do it now. That is regarding II Charter, because that is very important for me, and not only for me, for everyone, because this document has not been used by public. Must be used. Engineers must use it, but they are not aware of that. And this document was given to this nation in 1935 in title of Royal Charter 1935 incorporated, which incorporated Institution of Engineers India into national role, a body to apply engineering sciences in this country and educate people for that purpose. All is written, all was defined. I had covered up provisions of charter, all charter provisions I covered up. I have covered up what this charter is all about, and I have covered what each article is all about, from Article 1 to Article 22 and its validity. Also covered certain relations of Constitution of this country to this charter. It's very important to grasp it. A few slides were left, which I'm now going to share with you, and I'll see what I have done on that in past but could not be finally done it. I tried with some people to file something in Apex Court for some adjudication. It was in 2017, but due to certain reasons, due to non-availability of finances, we could not move further, and that has gone undone. I cannot say failure, because if your community does not help you, you cannot move forward. But I will discuss what I did on that, and that's also available on script.com. This charter is also available, this presentation of my charter is also available on script.com, I always put URL, and those URLs are already there here on the stacks of videos. First on top here, this is title of this talk, then followed by some COVID talk, only small URLs. Then the URL of all these talks I'm sharing with you on all these videos. Talks are available there. And then there is about, let's say, about this FedEx URL is there, which I have started. Later on I'll start. And Royal Charter presentation is there, it's written there, referenced. And also this PIL I was talking about, that URL is available there. And few more I'll put later on. So when I say that this I'm going to talk, it means if I'm opening this charter, I have talked till now what is this charter. I just show you what actually I talked about, because that is very important to understand. Otherwise it's no use, can't understand that. And I'll show you what it's all about. Let me open it from here, because this is available there, you can download from here, but just now I show you how. So these are actually 4 files. I'll first show you what the 4 files are. These are 4 files that I have discussed with you so far. This title, this is let me see. Alright, this is charter. This is page of that, you can say, title page. I've shown it you every time, and this time also I'm showing you. You can read that. It's Hindi and in English both. Chartered engineer, राजपत्रित अभियंता भारत, रोल ऑफ कार्य संबंधित, a debate, a walk, a talk, and this is what it's all about. So this is main page. I'll show you selected chapters which are available in this are these. I'll speak these chapters. I'll speak to you that these are chapters I included, and something else. Then now, because this is that one. This is national flag and logo of institution. And this is what it is. The Institution of Engineers India. This is Royal Charter. So in few slides I'm showing you. I will let you show this way. I think better. You can see this area. This is page first of this. I'll go to other slides. I will talk to you. I will not waste time on this. Now, slide that I'm going to talk to you about the slides. You can download this page if you wish to see all. It's your choice, and I cannot show you every slide in this, but I'll show you presentation later on. Complete presentation maybe. I'll go to top of the balance of slides. So I started with this first slide and then second slide. So all the slides are there. I'll go now to slide I was talking to you about. Slide 60 something. I think 66 was there. In 66 I talked of Constitution of India, Schedule 12 related, and this I'll read again because it's overlapping arrangement now. It says Constitution of India. It says it relates to Constitution of India, Part 9A, Municipalities, Articles 243U to 243W, and that is 143 with respect to preparations of plans. This is the role of municipality. Preparations of plans for economic development and social justice, performance of functions and implementation of schemes as may be entrusted to them, including those in relations to matters listed in 12th schedule. Now my explanation was that, my comments actually, and I'm going to say, Schedule 12 included within Constitution of India, Bharat clearly states that there exists no such statutory provision that allows either municipalities or local bodies or state authorities to operate engineering regulation and registration pertinent engineers. This means that all registrations conducted by all such bodies do not refer to any statutory provision as required under mandate of Constitution of this country, Bharat India, to protect adverse impact on fundamental right of professional engineering citizens or others. Demanding prospective practicing engineer to apply for registration with concerned agency or municipality or other authority amounts to condemnable arbitrary application of undefined law, which conduct of such agency is certainly unconstitutional. The fact remains that no authority in India, Bharat, has gotten any mandate to demand or instruct for certain act without referring to provisions of related applicable law. Conclusion is that regulation of engineers is prospective professional competencies do not fall within statutory powers conferred on all such bodies or authorities except chartered powers and authority enjoyed by IEI by various values of its Royal Charter 1935. This is slide number 66. I'm going to slide number 67. 67, which gives 12th schedule. If you want to see this schedule, you go to Constitution of India, Article 243W, and what it states, this defines roles of municipalities. As I say, number 1 is urban planning, including town planning. Number 2, it's regulation of land use and construction of buildings. Number 3, planning for economic and social development. And also, number 4, roads and bridges. Then number 5, water supply for domestic, industrial and commercial purposes. This is all role of municipalities. And then public health, sanitation, conservancy and solid waste management, and fire services, and urban forestry, protection of environment and promotion of ecological aspects, and then safeguarding interests of weaker sections. Put this one off. Safeguarding interests of weaker sections of society, including handicapped and mentally retarded, slum improvement and upgradation, urban poverty alleviation, provision of urban amenities and facilities such as parks, gardens, playgrounds, promotion of cultural, educational and aesthetic aspects, burials and burial grounds, cremations ground and electric crematoriums, cattle pounds, prevention of cruelty to animals, then vital status tax, including registration of births and deaths, and public amenities including street lighting, parking lots, bus stops and public conveniences. Then you can say regulation of slaughterhouses and tanneries. Now comments are, Constitution of India Schedule 12 explicitly confirms that regulation of engineers does not come in ambit or mandate of 12th schedule. So there is nothing as such in this schedule that forces you to get or forces these bodies, municipalities to apply licenses for engineers. It has got no authority. Now come to next slide. The purpose of 12th schedule slide is that you should know what the municipality is required, because municipality forces you to get license, which is not structured to the problem. They have just made themselves without getting parliament approval. So this is a fault of system, you can see. Now come to next one, and that is 68, which is Constitution of India, and that is Article 254. And let me read that first. If provision of law made by legislature of a state is repugnant to any provision of law made by parliament, which parliament is competent to enact or to any provision of an existing law with respect to one of matters enumerated in concurrent list, then subject to provisions of clause 12 to law made by parliament, whether passed before or after law made by legislature of such state, or as case may be, existing law shall prevail, and law made by legislature of a state shall to extent of any repugnancy be void. And 2 is, where a law made by legislature of a state with respect to one of matters enumerated in concurrent list contains any provision repugnant to provisions of an earlier law made by parliament or an existing law will with respect to that matter, then law so made by legislature of such state shall, if it has been reserved for consideration of precedent and clause shall prevent Parliament from enacting at any time, any law with respect to same matter, including law adding to, amending various let's just go it down. It's not getting full body now. Wait a minute. Alright, let's go continuously. So I say, if it has been reserved for consideration of President and has received his assent, prevail in that stage. So it says now, provided that nothing in this clause shall prevent Parliament from enacting any law with respect to same matter, including in law, adding to, amending, varying, or repealing law so made by legislature of state. And my comments on this are: this article automatically repeals all void state of legislature, municipal bylaws for regulation of engineering professional competencies and all the other matters due to provisions already incorporated within IRL Charter 1935, now implied as IEI, Constitutional Charter of India, which must be referred to when considering all such issues. इस कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन आर्टिकल 24 जो हमने पहले आपको दिया, पहले बताया, फर्स्ट वन, इसमें क्या कहता है? अगर कोई कानून बनाया लेजिस्लेचर ने जो राज्य की है, वो कानून, वो नियम अगर गलत है, जो पार्लियामेंट का हिसाब से है, जो नियम पार्लियामेंट ने बनाया है और इसके लिए पार्लियामेंट लीगली कॉम्पिटेंट है बनाने के लिए, उस नियम को या उस नियम के किसी भी प्रोविज़न को जो कि एग्जिस्टिंग लॉ था एक समय में, आज़ादी स्वतंत्रता से पहले, उस एग्जिस्टिंग लॉ के विरुद्ध है। सो इस हिसाब से जो करंट लिस्ट में भी आता है और करंट लिस्ट दोनों की मानी जाती है, सही देश की सरकार की भी और राज्य की सरकार की भी। और अगर राज्य सरकार उसका नियम बना देती है जबकि केंद्र सरकार बना रही है या बन चुका है, तो जो केंद्र का बनाया हुआ नियम है वही माना जाएगा, राज्य का बनाया हुआ नियम नहीं माना जाएगा। मैं फिर पढ़ता हूँ एक बार इसको ताकि क्लियर हो जाए, और कुछ रह गया तो मैं बता दूँ आपको। Constitution of India, Article 254. If any provision of a law made by legislature of a state is repugnant to any provision of a law made by Parliament, which Parliament is competent to enact or to any provision of an existing law with respect to one of matters enumerated in concurrent list, then subject to provisions of clause 2, law made by Parliament, whether passed before or after law made by legislature of such state, or as case may be, existing law shall prevail, and law made by legislature of state shall, to extent of repugnancy, be void. So it says legislature of state shall, to the extent of repugnancy, be void. मतलब जो स्टेट ने लॉ बनाया है, चाहे वो पहले बनाया है या बाद में बनाया है, अगर पार्लियामेंट द्वारा लॉ बना हुआ है उस कॉन्करेंट लिस्ट में, तो जो भी नियम स्टेट बनाएगी वो नहीं माना जाएगा। Where a law made by legislature of a state with respect to one of matters enumerated in concurrent list contains any provision repugnant to provision of an earlier law made by Parliament or an existing law with respect to that matter. A law so made by legislature of such a state shall, if it has been reserved for consideration of President and has received his assent, prevail in that state, provided that nothing in this clause shall prevent Parliament from enacting at any tune, at any time, any law with respect to same matter, including a law adding to, amending, varying or repealing law so made by legislature of state. तो आप समझ गए होंगे कि अगर कोई कानून स्टेट बना भी देती है वो स्टेट पे ही लागू होगा, लेकिन अगर वो राष्ट्रपति के साइन के लिए रखा गया है और कानून बना हुआ है ऑलरेडी, तो भी पार्लियामेंट को उसके लिए नियम बनाने से कोई रोक नहीं सकता है। सो हम जो कह रहे हैं, हमारे कमेंट्स कह रहे हैं नाउ, दिस आर्टिकल automatically repeals all void state legislatures, municipal law, bylaws for regulation of engineering professional competencies and all other matters due to provisions already incorporated within II Royal Charter 1935, now implied to II Constitutional Charter of India, which must be referred to when considering all such issues. एक्चुअली ये कहता है 224 की हमारे यहाँ एक लॉ किसी विषय पे यदि सरकार स्टेट राज्य की बना देती है और वही लॉ कॉन्करेंट लिस्ट के हिसाब से देश का पार्लियामेंट बना देता है, तो जो लॉ देश का पार्लियामेंट बनाता है वो लॉ माना जाएगा देश का जो पार्लियामेंट बनाता है, और वो लॉ जो देश के राज्य सरकार ने बनाया वो नहीं माना जाएगा। ये कहता है आर्टिकल 254। बेशक वो स्टेट बनाए और यदि स्टेट उसको अपने यहाँ लागू करना चाहता है तो करे बेशक, लेकिन जहाँ तक सरकार देश की बात है उसको पूरा अधिकार है कॉन्करेंस के हिसाब से उस नियम को बनाने में, और प्रायोरिटी उस लॉ को दी जाएगी जो पार्लियामेंट ने बनाया है पूरे देश पे लागू करने के लिए। इसका यही मतलब है, और बार बार उस लॉ की वजह से जो भी किसी ने गलत काम करके वो बनाया सर्टिफिकेट उसका भुगतना उसी को है। लेकिन जहाँ तक सेंट्रल एक्ट की बात है उसमें सब कुछ इन्होंने करना है, आप जानते हैं। तो मेरा कहने का मतलब इसमें यह है कि आई चार्टर अगर बना हुआ है एग्जिस्टिंग लॉ की कैपेसिटी में, एग्जिस्टिंग लॉ का मतलब वो नियम जो पहले से लागू हैं, स्वतंत्रता की प्राप्ति से पहले से लागू हैं, हमारे संविधान को पावर में आने से पहले से लागू हैं, तो उन नियमों का उल्लंघन नहीं किया जा सकता। वो चाहे उस टाइम फोर्स में थे या नहीं थे, देश के नियम थे, देश के कानून थे, तो जो भी उनमें प्रोविजंस हैं उन कानूनों में आज आप कुछ भी बनाते रहिए लागू वही के जाएंगे। आपने चाहे म्यूनिसिपल लॉ बनाए होंगे, बाई लॉज बनाए होंगे इंजीनियर्स के लिए, कुछ भी उनका कोई मतलब नहीं रहता, क्योंकि देश का रॉयल चार्टर जो हमारे देश के संस्थान अभियंताओं को दिया गया वो दिया गया उन्हीं एग्जिस्टिंग हिसाब के आई चार्टर के हिसाब से। सो बात वहीं आ जाती है कि चार्टर प्री इंडिपेंडेंस है, एग्जिस्टिंग लॉ में आता है, तो इसको आप हाथ नहीं लगा सकते जब तक कि इस लॉ को समाप्त ना किया जाए। इस बात को समझ लेना चाहिए, और जो इस बात को नहीं समझ पाते तो उनको समझ का इस्तेमाल करना चाहिए और इस बात को अच्छी तरह समझना चाहिए। अब आते हैं दूसरी बात पे। आई जस्ट ट्राई टू एक्सप्लेन इन इंग्लिश ऑल्सो। आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ इंडिया आर्टिकल 250 which I explained to you, its text I explained to you just now. It says that if there is an existing law, no law can be enacted against that until that existing law is in force, and if Parliament or state both make such law, in that regard those laws are automatically having no value. Those laws don't have value because existing law is still there. Existing law cannot be defied. That's all. It cannot be removed, and once it is repealed you can make another law, but until that law remains in force you cannot bring in another law for that. And that's the reason that they could not defeat I Charter. Being enemy of this charter, they became enemy of this body. So now we'll come back to another one, and that is I'll come back to another slide that is now, I can say, it's now, where's that? Yeah, it's this one. This one was Constitution of India, and this is slide number 69, and that's Constitution of India, Article 261. What does it say, Article 261? We'll see. Article 261, full faith and credit shall be given throughout territory of India to public acts, records and judicial proceedings of union and of every state. This says Article 261, well, some gastric, I think. Well, no problem. Because I'm not walking, that's the problem. You can't walk in lockdown. And I'm used to walking actually. That's nasty. Oh. I better take some more water. I think that's the only way to root out such type of hindrances in your work. I actually used to walk around 6 kilometers daily, but due to lockdown, it's not happening, unfortunately. Health is wealth, but this temporary hindrance marred everything. Article 261, full faith and credit shall be given throughout territory of Bharat India to public acts, records and judicial proceedings of union and of every state. That's true. So I can say all II functions covered under these provisions, because public acts are there, records are there. II is a public act, so it must be respected. Full faith and credit should be given to public act, so we should give full faith and credit to II, which language of charter also says that it should be valid everywhere, in courts and elsewhere. It completely says, we remember the last page of that article. You remember that very well. It says warrant and should be respected by everyone, including courts. So full faith and credit should be given to this public act. All government agencies and bodies should take a note of this provision and apply accordingly while dealing with their engineering, professional or business activities. Then is Constitution of India, Article 366. Constitution of India, Article 366, भारत का संविधान अनुच्छेद 366. पीछे था Constitution of India, Article 261, अनुच्छेद 261, 261. Now this is Constitution of India, Article 368, Part 10. This 10, number 10 is there, existing law. What does it mean? Existing law, again, I'm just defining it. It's already defined in fundamental rights. But let's define it again. EXISTING, existing law, means any law, ordinance, order, bylaw, rule or regulation passed or made before commencement of this constitution by any legislature, authority or person having power to make such a law, ordinary or bylaw, rule or regulation. My comments on this are, because this is provision, I repeat provision again. Existing law means any law, ordinance, order, bylaw, rule or regulation passed or made before commencement of this constitution by any legislature, authority or person having power to make such a law, ordinance, order, bylaw, rule or regulation. ये जो कहता है एग्जिस्टिंग लॉ का क्या मतलब है? आज की तारीख में जो लॉ है, जो नियम है, वो एग्जिस्टिंग है, जो था संविधान से पहले, संविधान के बनने से पहले, उसमें क्या कहता है? ये है क्या? ये कानून, नियम है, आदेश है, ऑर्डिनेंस है, उपनियम है, रूल है, रेगुलेशन है, जिसको पास किया गया इस संविधान को लागू होने से पहले, बनने से पहले, and by any legislation authority, whichever legislative authority made this, or person having power to make such a law, ordinary, order, bylaw, or like that. So this is what it says. Now I'll go to this is now I'll go to next one, and that is here, that is which is 366, 69, 68 is 254, is 261, and then is article 367, slide number 70. Okay, 367, slide number 70. This is Constitution of India, Article 367. 367. Let us read this also. What is 367? Unless context otherwise requires General Clauses Act. You know, there is a General Clauses Act in this country also that was notified in 1897. Still applies, and unless context otherwise requires, General Clauses Act 1897 shall subject to any adaptations and modifications that may be made therein under Article 372 apply for interpretation of this Constitution as it applies for interpretation of an act of legislature or of dominion of India. Now, what does it mean? You have to be very careful in grasping this act, this law. This is 367, Article 367, which says unless context otherwise requires. Now, there is a General Clause Act which is applicable for interpretation of all laws. Means you have to interpret whatever terms are given on whatever acts. General clauses defines those terms. Whatever major term used in these statutes or acts, and all or whatever pre or post independence, this General Clause Acts actually identifies those, commands those, what we should do, what we should not do. That type of knowledge you should get from that. So says, unless context otherwise require, General Clauses Act 1897 shall subject to any adaptation and modifications that may be made therein under such under Article 372. 372 means that article which was empowered, through which empowerment was made to President to go to people and talk about this issue. That is, whatever issue is there, and this advisory role after having close conference is our role. So we involved there. And also that this 372, which means this was a provision in Constitution that power was given to President for few years to adopt laws, existing laws, or to repeal them, or to modify them, or to do whatever wanted. That's Article 372. We'll see that one later, just now after that maybe probably. So according to 367, President had power. If that power could be done, used, even General Clauses Act was used there, must be used, and interpretation for this Constitution as well, that General Clauses Act should be used. It applies for interpretation of Act. It also applies to legislature of Dominion of India. That's what it says. Any reference in this Constitution to acts or laws of so made by Parliament, or to acts or laws of or made by legislature of the state shall be construed as including reference to ordinance made by Parliament or President, or to an ordinance made by a governor, as case may be. So few comments that I say it should be noted that construction or relevant interpretation, pertinent, contained, specific clauses or words or articles, etc. are taken into consideration by law courts in line or made provisions made with General Clauses Act as indicated in foregoing constitutional article, in addition to definitions included within recognized dictionary. Royal Charter, IRL Charter 1935 is a piece of valid law in India since 1935, being a reference. Therefore, whatever reference included within this piece of law should be adopted in line to provisions defined in Article 367(2), that is, we discussed before, General Clauses Act, and this is 362(2) in foregoing, that any reference in this Constitution to acts or laws made by Parliament or to acts or laws made by legislature which shall be construed as including a reference to an ordinance made by President. So that second one, which is important one, means whatever law is there, whatever order is there, that is a reference to ordinance made by President. So which means that designation or chartered engineer holds good as reference under Constitution Article 362(2), and corporate managers such as LTE, LTD, etc. So then say which means that designation is over, and also corporate membership designations hold good for references. Now go to next page, and that is 71, which is Constitution of India, Article 372, most important article. What is this article? This is Constitution of India, Article 372, very important one. 372, remember, this is very important from the point of adoption, repeal, deferring, modification, etc. of existing laws. Hundreds of existing laws were there. We have to understand that existing law. Still, these are called existing laws, just to differentiate between what is pre-independence and what is post-independence. That is called existing laws. It means pre-independence laws are all existing laws. Notwithstanding repeal by this Constitution of enactments referred to in Article 395, but subject to other provisions of this Constitution, all laws in force in territory of India immediately before commencement of this Constitution shall continue in force therein until altered or repealed and amended by a competent legislature or other competent authority. I think there's some problem with reading. Okay. So let me see. I can say, notwithstanding repeal by Constitution of enactments reference to in Article 395, but subject to other provisions of this Constitution, all laws in force in territory of India or immediately before commencement of this Constitution shall continue in force therein until altered or repealed or amended by a competent legislature or other competent authority. साफ साफ कहता है कि जैसा भी हमने आर्टिकल 395 में रिपील किया गया है, पिछले जो भी कानून हमने रिपील किए गए हैं, उसके बावजूद भी जो भी एग्जिस्टिंग कानून है, लॉ है, नियम है, अधिनियम है, पहले से भारत में लागू होने वाले इस संविधान के शुरू होने से पहले, वो सारे के सारे जो जिंदा रहेंगे, सारे नियम कानून चलेंगे वैसे के वैसे, ऐसे ही चलते रहेंगे आगे आने वाले समय में, अनटिल जब तक उनको सुधारा ना जाए, उनको बदला ना जाए और उनको अल्टर ना किया जाए, कॉम्पिटेंट लेजिस्लेचर माफ़ी ना दी जाए। और उसके लिए हमें क्या करना होगा? All laws in force in territory of India immediately before commencement of Constitution shall continue in force therein until altered or repealed or amended by competent legislature इस कंट्री। जब तक कि वो शक्तिशाली, वो कानूनी अधिकारी, वो अथॉरिटी जो उसको बदल सकती है, उनको हटा सकती है, उनको रिपील कर सकती है, अमेंड कर सकती है, जब तक वो नहीं करेगी वो चलते रहेंगे। For purpose of bringing provisions of this law, for purpose to bring provisions of this law in force in territory of India into accord with provision of this constitution, the president may by order make such adaptations and modifications of such law, whether by way of repeal or amendment, as may be necessary or expedient, and provide that law shall, as from such date as may be specified in order, have effect, subject to adaptations and modifications so made, and any such adaptation or modification shall not be questioned in any court of law. इम्पोर्टेंट है, देखिए वो कहते हैं इस संविधान के, इस देश के टेरिटरी में जो भी कानून के प्रोविजंस हैं, इस संविधान के हिसाब से लाने में, जो पहले से थे या आगे होंगे, उनको संविधान के हिसाब से लाना है। और जो पहले वाले नियम हैं, अधिनियम हैं, चार्टर हैं, उनको हमको इस संविधान के हिसाब से लाना है। और उसके लिए राष्ट्रपति को हक होगा कि उसको अडॉप्ट करे या सुधारे ऐसे नियमों को जो पहले के बने हुए हैं, चाहे उनको रिपील कर दे, समाप्त कर दे, या उनको सुधार कर दे, जैसा भी सही समझे या वक्त के हिसाब से माना जाए, बशर्ते कि इसके लिए नियम बनाना पड़ेगा उस देश से, उस आदेश में हो, have sufficient subject to adaptation and modifications so made, and any such adaptation or modification shall not be questioned in court. और जो भी बदलाव होंगे या उन नियमों को मानेंगे या संभालेंगे या चलने देंगे, वो कोर्ट के हिसाब से होंगे। और then it says that इनको कोर्ट भी नहीं मानेगा अगर कोई इनको बदलाव नहीं करेंगे तो। And nothing in this clause shall be deemed to empower president to make any adaptation or modification of any law after expiration of 3 years from commencement of this constitution, to empower president to make any adaptation or modification to any law after expiration of 3 years Let's revise it now, what it says. थोड़ा सा कॉम्प्लिकेटेड है, पढ़ना जरूर पड़ता है। आई रीड इट अगेन, आर्टिकल 372, क्योंकि समझ नहीं आता कई बार लोगों को एकदम। उसके बाद अपने कमेंट्स देंगे। Notwithstanding repeal by this constitution of enactments referred to in Article 395, but subject to other provisions of this constitution, all laws in force in territory of India immediately before commencement of this constitution shall continue with force therein until altered, repealed, amended by a competent legislature or other competent authority. For purpose of bringing provisions of any law in force in territory of India into accord with provisions of this constitution, President may by order make such adaptations and modifications of such law, whether by way of repeal or amendment or as may be necessary, expedient, or provide that law shall as from such date as may be specified in order having effect subject to adaptation and modification so made and any such adaptation or modification shall not be questioned in any court of law. Nothing in this clause shall be deemed to empower President to make adaptation or modification of any law after expiration of 3 years from the commencement of this constitution, or to prevent any competent legislature or other competent authority for repealing or amending any law adopted or modified by President said clause. Explanation 1. Explanation 2. I will give two explanations. This one, which is available automatically when I buy this book. Then now, what's explanation 1? Expression law in force in this article shall include law passed or made by a legislature or other competent authority in territory of India before commencement of this constitution. Breathing gas. So passed or made by legislature or other competent authority to in the country to I read again. Law passed or made by legislature or other competent authority in territory of India, Bharat, commencement of constitution and not previously repealed, notwithstanding that it or part of it may not be then in operation either at an all or particular areas. Explanation 2. Any law passed or made by legislature or other competent authority in territory of India says any law passed or made by a legislature or other competent authority in territory of India which immediately before commencement of constitution had extraterritorial effect as well as to of. Now, comments are, let me read it again, explanation 2. Any law passed or made by a legislature or other competent authority in territory of India which immediately before commencement of this constitution had extraterritorial effect as well as effect on in territory Now what it says, my comments say, very first His Excellency President of India had been entrusted with constitutional privilege and opportunity to entire modify Alright, so very first, His Excellency President of India had been entrusted with constitutional privileges, opportunity to either modify or repeal or defy it or destruct whatever existing laws, including II Charter 1935, within a prescribed number of years. But His Excellency President of India deemed to elect continuance of this agency of this II, deemed to elect deemed to elect continuance of this II order Charter 1935 without inserting any amendment or modification in affecting any unburnt or very small letter amendment or modification or affecting any annulment thereof within Indian legal framework. Such state respecting this existing law empowers us such state respecting existing law empowers its full existence and legal effect without any kind of impediment or provisions of so it says such state respecting this existing law empowers its full existence and legal effect without any kind of impediments or provisions of operations until II Charter 1935 is I think should be. We'll go next one, and that's now 72, slide 72, and Article 372A. 372A, for purpose of bringing provisions of any law in force in India or in any part thereof immediately before commencement of this Constitution, 7th Amendment Act 1956, into accord with provisions of this Constitution as amended by Act. President may by order made before 1st day of November 1957 make such adaptations and modifications of law, whether by way of repeal or amendment as may be necessary or expedient, and provide that law shall, as from such date as may be specified in order, have effect subject to adaptations and modifications so made, and any such adaptation or modification shall not be questioned in any court of law. So this was extended up to 57, 1957. We read it again for clarification. That Constitution of India Article 37, 372, which is the extension of previous one, for purpose of bringing provisions of any law in force in India or in any part thereof immediately before commencement of Constitution, 7th Amendment Act 1956, into accord with provisions of this Constitution or amendment made by that Act. President may by order made, previous may be by order made before 1st day of November 1957, this 7 years after posted evidence, make such adaptation and modifications of laws, whether by way of repeal or amendment, as may be necessary or expedient, and provide that law shall, as from such date as may be specified in order, effect. So we will go further, that nothing in this clause, this clause 2, 1, shall be deemed to prevent any competent legislature or other competent authority from repealing or amending or any law adopted or modified by President under said clause. So what is comment on this? Foregoing article explicitly empowered then Honorable H.E. President of India Bharat to enter, modify or repeal whatever laws existed prior to notifications of independence of India. It's aided at institution of US India Royal Charter being an order in Privy Council by then King George V had been royal So I can say again, because my phones are little smaller than this in explanation. In comments, it's difficult for me to read that one. For foregoing article explicitly empowered then Honorable H.E. Okay, go to next one. I will read it again. It's added that institution of US India Royal Charter being an order in Privy Council by then King George V had been recorded as an enactment as a place of law, duly covered under definition of law as included within chapter Fundamental Rights, Article 13 CO, and first recommend was foregoing article explicitly empowered then Honorable President of India Bharat to either modify or repeal whatever laws existed prior to notification of independence of India. Then we go to next one, and that's 73. 73, which says 73 slide is the slide number. Constitution of India, Article 375. Constitution of India, Article 375, what does it say? All courts of civil, criminal and revenue jurisdiction, all authorized and all officials, all authorities, all officials, all judicial, executive and ministerial throughout territory of India and shall continue to exercise their specific functions subject to provision of this Constitution. Comments are IA being an authority is covered under this provision. II has been continuing implementing its chartered functions post 1947 and still affecting all requirement successfully. No other authority should create any impediment on II base for obliging its chartered objectives. Now come on to next one. So this is 91 to 95. Yeah, it's confusing. Yeah, it's okay. This is 395. Article 395 is also important article. Indian Independence Act 1947, Government of India Act 1935, together with enactments amending or supplementing later act, but not including abolition of privy purse. Now, what's comment on this? It says, when Constitution of India had been affected, previous Indian Constitution or Indian laws were taken without Indian Independence Act 1947, Indian Government of India Act 1935, together with all enactments amending or supplementing later act, but not including abolition of Privy Council Jurisdiction Act, are hereby repealed. So these 1946 Indian Independence Act 1935, Government of India Act are repealed, not abolition of Privy Council, because that was abolished by Indira Gandhi later on. You remember, this constitution time they did not repeal this act for kings because these kings were getting some royalty. Comments are: when Constitution of India had been affected, previous Indian Independence Act 1947 as well as Government of India Act 19 had been repeated. They feel these acts were not required due to the fact that coming Constitution of India had become Supreme Act statute for India Bharat to constitute it as a okay as a self-governing nation. So, when Constitution of India had been affected, previous Indian Independence Act 1947 as well as Government of India Act 1935 had been repealed, these acts were not required due to the fact that the Constitution of India had become Supreme Act as statute for Bharat India to constitute it as a self-governing nation, and all other acts and statutes then started coming out for meeting and comparing with a line to provisions made within whatever articles and sub-articles. Alright, now we go to another article, and that is Article 395. Now I'll go to Indian Evidence Act 1872, which is a very important one from this viewpoint. Indian Evidence Act 1872. I'll show you it here. This is also very important. This is slide number 75. It's very important for everyone. So I'll show you a slide here. Or something very important one. Maybe many of you do not know about this, but this is important. Let me see how it works here. Article is 74. There. So it's there. This is that. What's happening? See. Which business don't know, I think. Oh, it's that, yeah, sorry. Indian Evidence Act. भारतीय सबूत नियम 1872 relevant deliberations is that Indian Evidence Act. So I am going to talk a little on this slide. So Indian Evidence Act 1872 भारतीय सबूत नियम relevant deliberations संबंधित विचार विनिमय applicable to any charter. What says? And this is your Yes, Indian users now it states something. I'll speak of that. Speak of that now. Now, Indian Evidence Act Section 56. Section 56 क्या कहता है? Fact judicially noticeable. Fact judicially noticeable need not be proved. सच्चाई वो जो जुडिशियल नोट कर ले, जो न्यायविद नोट कर ले, उसको सबूत करने की आवश्यकता नहीं होती. Need not be proved. No fact of which court will take judicial need be proved. No fact of which court will take judicial notice need not be proved. कुछ ऐसे सबूत होते हैं जो कोर्ट स्वयं मान लेते हैं कि सबूत हैं, हम बताएंगे वो क्या है बाद में. लेकिन जैसे कोई भी नियम का ड्राफ्टेड कॉपी है, फोटो कॉपी है, कुछ ऐसी चीज़ें जो कोर्ट मान लेता है, पब्लिश्ड हैं डॉक्यूमेंट्स, कुछ ऐसे which are published on and court accepts them as evidence. There is no need to prove the particular state documents. You need not to prove them, whatever degrees from university you carrying this. Verification is something else, but court accepts them, and this is beauty of our law. To accept them as published documents. Then Indian Evidence Act Section 57, and that is facts which court must take judicial note of. This is an instruction to court itself under this Evidence Act 1957. Facts which court must take judicial notice. That is, court shall take judicial notice of following facts. Which are those facts? Court इनके judicial notice लेगा, इनकी न्यायिक सूचना लेगा. जो नीचे दिए गए facts हैं वो क्या है? All laws in force in territory of India. All laws in force in territory of India. भारत के क्षेत्र में जितने भी नियम हैं, कानून हैं, जो चल रहे हैं, all laws in force in territory of India, उसका कोर्ट नोटिस लेगा. All facts, acts passed or hereby, all public acts passed or hereafter be passed by Parliament of United Kingdom, and all local and personal acts directed by Parliament of United Kingdom to be judicially noticed. You got it? Says, court shall take judicial notice of following facts: all laws in force in territory of India, all public acts passed or hereafter to be passed by Parliament of United Kingdom, and all local and personal acts directed by Parliament of United Kingdom to be judicially noticed. Articles of war for Indian Army, Navy or Air Force, course of proceedings of Parliament, course of proceedings of Parliament of United Kingdom, of Constituent Assembly of India, of Parliament, and of legislature established under any laws for time being in force a provision or states. Accessions and sign manual of sovereign, accession and sign manual of sovereign for time being of United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland. All seals on British, all seals of which English courts take judicial note. Seals of all crown, seals of all courts in India, seals of all courts in India and of all courts out of India, established by authority of central government or crown representative. Seats of courts of admiralty and maritime jurisdiction, of notaries public, and all seals which any person is authorized authorized to use by constitution or an act of parliament of United Kingdom or act of regulation having force of law in India, then it is okay. Then all seals of which English courts take judicial note of. All right. All seals of which English court takes judicial note of. Seals of all courts. Okay, I have told this already. Then seals of courts of admiralty. I told now. Accession of office, names, titles, accession of offices, names, titles, functions, and signatures of persons filling for time being any public office in any state, if that fact of their appointment to such offices is notified in any official gazette. Existence, title, and national flag of every state are sovereign recognized by Government of India. Division of time, geographical division of world, and profile festivals, fasts and holidays notified in official gazette. Territories under dominance of Government of India, and commencement, continuance and termination of hostilities between Government of India and any other state or body of persons, names of members and officers of courts and of their deputies and subordinate offices and assistants, and also of all officers acting in execution of its process, and that of all advocates, agencies, attorneys, wakils, proctors, pleaders, and other persons authorized by law to appear or acting before it. And then a small font follows that. And then names of members of officers of courts and their deputy. I told you then and rule of road or land or at sea. In all these cases, and also on all matters of public history, literature, science or art, court may resort for its aid, appropriate books or documents of reference. Court is called upon by person to take judicial notice of any fact it may refuse to do so unless and until such persons produces any such books or document as it may consider necessary to enable it to stay. This long one means judicial note court has to take about. I speak fast again so that sometimes miss there. Spell it out. Better to be clear rather than confusing. It's slide number I think 76. So let me clear it fast. We'll get water first. You want to cause mistakes in some note, because this is video recording. Anybody can refer it to later on, and it should be clear. If something is missed, must be clear now. Otherwise, error is no use. If there's errors, reading is something else. Sometimes too small font I've used here, so on this presentation. Indian Evidence Act, Section 56 and Section 57. I'm talking Section 56. Fact judicially noticeable need not be proved. No fact of which court will take judicial note need be proved. आप समझते हैं इसको? जो जुडिशली जो जज अपने आप जिस चीज़ को देखता है कोर्ट में, जिसको नोटिस करता है, उसके सबूत देने की आवश्यकता नहीं होती है. सिंपल आंसर है. इंडियन एविडेंस एक्ट सेक्शन 57. फैक्ट्स ऑफ विच कोर्ट मस्ट टेक जुडिशियल नोट. कोर्ट को इनको लेना पड़ेगा नोटिस में. जो नीचे दिए गए फैक्ट्स हैं, ये है नियम हमारे देश का. समझ लीजिए, एविडेंस एक्ट में पढ़ रहा हूँ, भारतीय इंडियन एविडेंस एक्ट आपने शायद नहीं पढ़ा होगा, लेकिन पढ़ना चाहिए अगर आप प्रोफेशन में है तो. फैक्ट्स ऑफ विच कोर्ट मस्ट टेक जुडिशियल नोटिस. नंबर 1, ऑल लॉज इन फोर्स ऑन टेरिटरी ऑफ इंडिया. भारत के अंदर जितने भी नियम कानून हैं उन सब का. नंबर 2, ऑल पब्लिक एक्ट्स. देश के जितने भी पब्लिक एक्ट्स हैं पास्ड और हेयर आफ्टर टू बी पास्ड बाय पार्लियामेंट ऑफ यूनाइटेड किंगडम, एंड ऑल लोकल एंड पर्सनल एक्ट्स directed by Parliament of United Kingdom to be judicially noticed. Articles of wars for Indian Army, Navy or Air Force. Course of proceedings of Parliament of United Kingdoms, of Constituent Assembly of India, of Parliament and of legislatures established under any laws for time being in force in a province of states or states. Accession and sign manuals of sovereign for time being of United Kingdom, of Great Britain and Ireland, all seals of which English courts take judicial notice. Seals of all courts in India and all courts out of India established by authority of central government or crown representative. Seals of court of admiralty and maritime jurisdiction and of notary publics. And all seals which any person is authorized to use by Constitution of an Act of Parliament or of United Kingdom to an extent to United Kingdom, or an act or regulation having same force of law in India. Accession to office, name, title, functions and signatures of persons filing for time being any public office, filling for time being any public office in an state, if fact of their appearance to such officers is notified in any official gazette. Existence, title and national flag of every state or sovereign recognized by Government of India. Division of time, geographical division of world, and public festivals, fasts and holidays noticed in official gazette. Territory under dominion of Government of India. And accession to office of names, titles, functions and signatures of persons filling. Okay, then existence, titles and national flag of every state or sovereign recognized by Government of India. Division of time, geographical regions of world and public festivals, fasts and holidays notified in official gazette. Territories under dominion of Government of India. Commencement, continuance and termination of hostilities between Government of India and any other state or both of persons. Names of members of offices of court and their deputies and subordinates, offices and any other and any assistant. And Also of all officers acting in execution of process and of all advocates, attorneys, proctors, wakils, pleaders and other persons authorized by law to appear or act before it, rule of road or land or at sea. In all these cases and also on all matters of public history, literature, science or art, court can may court may court may resort for its aid to appropriate books or document of reference. In court, if court is called upon by any person to take judicial notice of any fact, it may refuse to do so unless and until such person such such products unless and until such person produces any such book or document as it may consider necessary to establish enable it to do so. Now we'll go to the next article, that is article 6077 page. This Evidence Act section 58 continues. Evidence Act section 58. Facts admitted need not be proved. No fact need be proved in any proceedings which parties hereto their agents agree to admit at hearing, of which before hearing they agree to admit by any writing under their hands, on which by any rule of pleading in force at that time they are deemed to have admitted by their pleadings, provided that court may in its discretion require facts admitted to be proved otherwise than by such admissions. Facts need not be proved. कहीं भी आपने दोनों पार्टी जिस चीज़ को मान लेती है उसको सबूत करने की जरूरत नहीं होती है। एजेंट सही मान लें, कोई भी मान ले, हियरिंग से पहले जो भी बात आप एग्री कर लें, राइटिंग में दे दें, कुछ भी कर दें, वो सब माना जाता है जब तक की जरूरत ना हो। Evidence Act 74, it's only for reference I am giving. Evidence Act 74, Section 74, I'm sorry, public documents. Which are public documents? Now this is how important. Which are public documents? Public documents. Evidence Act 74. Evidence Act section 74. Now following documents are public documents. Say documents forming acts or records of acts. Document forming act or record of act of sovereign authority, of official bodies and tribunals, and of public officers, legislative, judicial and executive, of any part of India or of Commonwealth or of a foreign economic country. Indian Evidence Act 74. Documents, public documents are documents forming acts or records of acts, sovereign authority, official bodies and tribunals, public officers, legislative, judicial and executive of any part of India or of Commonwealth or of foreign country, public records kept, private documents. Then we go to next one. Then 78, section 78 of Evidence Act. What is a proof of other official documents? Following public documents may be proved as follows. Acts, orders or notifications. Acts, orders or notifications may be proved as follows. Acts, orders or notifications of central government in any of its departments or of crown representative or any state government or any department of any So, acts, orders or notifications of central government in any of its departments or of crown representative or of any state government or any department of any state government by record of department certified by heads of those departments respectively, or by any document purporting to be printed by order of any such government or as case may be of crown representative, proceedings of legislature by journals of those bodies respectively, or by published acts or abstracts, or by copies purporting to be printed by order of government concerned, proclamations, orders or regulations issued by Her Majesty or by Privy Council or by any department of Her Majesty's government, by copies or extracts contained in London Gazette or purporting to be printed by Queen's printer, acts of executive or proceedings of legislature of a foreign country, by journals published by that authority or commonly received in that country as such by a copy certified under seal of country or sovereign or by a recognition thereof in some central act. Now we'll go to this one, 78, 81, this is page 79. Yeah, 78, 81, presence and documents. Alright, now is this 781, Indian Evidence Act Section 81. Presumption as to gazettes, newspapers, private acts of parliament and other documents. Court shall presume genuineness of every document purporting to be London Gazette or any official gazette or government gazette of any colony, dependence or possession of British Crown, or to be a newspaper or journal, or to be a copy of private act of parliament of United Kingdom printed by Queen's printer, and of every document purport to be document directed by any law to be kept by any person if such document is kept substantially in form required by law and is produced from proper custody. Indian Evidence Act 890, presumption as to documents 30 years old is another law. Presumption as to document 30 years old, where any document purporting or proved to be a 30 years old is produced from any custody which court in particular case considers proper. Custody considered proper. Court may presume that signature and every other part of such document which purports to be in handwriting of any particular person is in that person's handwriting, and in case of document executed or attested that it was duly executed and attested by person by whom it purports to be executed and attested. So these are two provisions, 81 and 90. 81 is presumption as to gadgets, newspapers, private acts, parliament and other documents, and this is for 30 years old documents. So we will go to next one, and that is Indian Penal Code 1860, भारतीय दंड संहिता 1860, relevant deliberations, संबंधित विचार विनिमय, और ये है slide number 80. Let me show you if I can. 80. Slide number 80. Yes, it's here. I'll show you this. Slide number 80. Indian Penal Code, भारतीय दंड संहिता 1860, संबंधित विचार विनिमय, this is relevant 11 clauses. Alright, so I'll take this little one. Now it's there. Let me go back to the slide. So Indian Penal Code 1860, relevant laws. There is a brief, some brief here they are. See, brief, not many in that, because we have to. These are references that we must know for something. Now it says section 19. What does it say? It's very important section actually. It says what is judge? IPC section 19. Judge denotes not only every person who is officially designated as a judge. This is number one. Word judge denotes not only every person who is officially designated as a judge, but also every person who is empowered by law to give in any legal proceeding, civil or criminal, a definitive judgment, or a judgment which, if not appealed against, would be definitive, or a judgment which is confirmed by some other authority would be definitive, or who is one of body of persons, which body of persons is empowered by law to give such a judgment. This is definition of judge, which is very important to understand that what judges are, what term means judge is. So we can say position of a judge has been defined for various such situations. We can say being a corporate member, person may be required to arrive at certain judgment, which purpose designates person as judge, depends upon situation. Corporate member may have to act in capacity as arbitrator. Corporate member may have to act in capacity as an arbitrator, which means a judge. Then we go to next one, that is section 21, that is IPC section 21, public servant. The word public servant denotes a person falling under any of descriptions hereinafter following, namely every commissioned officer in military, naval or air force of India, that is every commissioned officer in military air force. There is second. Third is every judge, including any person, every judge, including any person, empowered by law to discharge, whether by himself or as a member of any body of persons, any adjudicatory functions. And every officer of a court of justice, every officer of a court of justice, including a liquidator, receiver or commissioner, whose duty it is as such officer to investigate or report on any matter of law or fact, or to make, authenticate or keep any document, or to take charge or dispose of any property, or to execute any judicial process, or to administer any oath, or to interpret or to preserve order in court, and every person specially authorized by a court of justice to perform any of such duties, every juryman, assessor or member of a panchayat assisting a court of justice or public servant, every arbitrator or other person to whom any cause or matter has been referred to for decision or report by any court of justice or by any other competent public authority. This is plain text in IP section 21. When we go to further, and we'll find that public servant continued in this definition. Seventh is every person who holds any office by virtue of which he is empowered to place or keep any person in confinement. This is seventh provision. Every person who holds any office by virtue of which he is empowered to place or keep any person in confinement. And eighth is every officer of government whose duty it is as such officer to prevent offences, to give information of offences, to bring offenders to justice, or to protect public health, safety or convenience. Ninth, every officer whose duty it is as such officer to take, receive, keep or expend any property on behalf of government, or to make any survey, assessment or contract on behalf of government, or to execute any revenue process, or to investigate or to report on any matter affecting pecuniary interests of government, or to make, authenticate or keep any document relating to pecuniary interests of government, or to prevent infraction of any law for protection of pecuniary interests of government. 10th, every officer whose duty it is as such officer to take, receive, keep or expend any property, to make any survey or assessment, or to levy any rate or tax for any such common purpose of any village, town or district, or to make, authenticate or keep any document for ascertaining of rights of people of any village, town or district. And then let me see what else is there. We go to next slide, and that is like this in the 7. This is public servants. I think continues 7, 8, 9, 10. Then it is here. So 11, 12, 13. Yes, it is there. 11, 12, and 13. 11th provision is every person who holds any office in virtue of which he is empowered to prepare, publish, maintain, or revise an electoral roll or to conduct an election or parts of an election. 12. Every person A. in service or pay of government or remunerated by fees or commission for performance of any public duty by government. B. in service or pay of a local authority, a corporation established by or under a central, provincial or state act, or a government company as defined in section 617 of Companies Act 1956. State amendment, I'll leave that. State of Rajasthan amended something, I'll leave that. 13th, now 13th is every person employed or engaged by any public body. Every person employed or engaged by any public body in conduct and supervision of any examination recognized or approved under any law. Explanation. Expression public body includes a university, board of education or other body either established by or under a central or state act or under provisions of Constitution of India or constituted by government and by a local authority. Then we'll go to the other one, and that is, this is, let's say, now certain comments I'm giving on this because public servant continue. These are comments, means views. Persons included under some of above descriptions are defined entitled public servants, whether or not appointed by either government or by NGO, or working in personal capacity as freelancer appointed by some other person or body in public. Wherever words public servant occur, these shall be understood of every person who is in actual possession of defined situation of a public servant, whatever or not legal defect there may be in one right to hold that situation. The word election denotes election for purpose of selecting members pertinent whatever legislative, municipal or other public authority of whatever character, method of selection to which is by or under whatever law prescribed by election. Now, II corporate members are elected to institution by election, respecting which a diploma of membership grade is granted to corporate members. This is for reference only, just for reference. Now I will go to another one, and that is next slide 86. This is also very important from viewpoint of document. What is document actually? According to IPC section 29, definition of document. What document denotes any matter expressed or described upon any substance by means of letters, figures or marks, or by more than one of those means, intended to be used or which may be used as evidence of that matter. Comment. Documents may be recorded in category of public, private or confidential classified. Documents may be recorded in category of statutory or ordinary, judicial, executive or legislative. And whatever documents of membership of Chartered Engineers India certificate, etc., which may be issued to individuals, are categorized as either statutory or chartered or official state documents. This is that. Then section 41, special law. A special law is a law applicable to a particular subject. Now, it's for us. Now, our charter is a special law according to Constitution of India, according to this document, and in fact it's because it's for some specific purpose, destined for purpose to control and regulate engineering, which is defined within II Charter. MCI Act, Architect Act, ICI Act, ICS, etc. are also special laws. And IPC section 44, wait a minute, yes, injury. What is injury? Injury denotes any harm, whatever, illegally caused to any person. This is very important. I am referring to injury denotes any harm, whatever illegally caused to any person in body, in mind, in reputation or property. There are 4 instances: in body, mind, reputation or property. Comments is for ourselves. This is disregarding Chartered Engineer India designation can be considered causing injury to person claiming to be Chartered Engineer India when such person is obstructed from practice. That's what I want to say. This is a point to be deliberated on. It's my opinion. Then we go to other one. That's next slide. Public servant disobeying law with intent to cause injury to any person. This is IP section 166. IP section 166. Public servants disobeying law with intent to cause injury to any person. Whoever being a public servant knowingly disobeys any direction of law as to way in which he is to conduct himself as such public servant, intending to cause or knowing it to be likely that he will by such disobedience cause injury to any person, shall be punished with simple imprisonment for a term which may extend to 1 year, or with fine, or with both. This is section 166. Whenever some public servant denies to myself, Chartered Engineer India, to practice within engineering field of expertise, discipline, foregoing IPC section 166 can be imported on related complaint to be registered in either court or police. This is implication of this as I understand. Then if I go further on to this next one, which is IPC section 191, giving false evidence. Giving false evidence. Whoever being, well, I am trying to complete it today and fill myself last. IPC section 191, giving false evidence. Whoever being legally bound by an oath or by an express provision of law to state truth. Whoever being legally bound by an oath or by an express provision of law to state truth, or being bound by law to make a declaration upon any subject, makes any statement which is false and which he either knows or believes to be false or does not believe to be true, is said to give false evidence. Previous IPC section 181 comments do apply herein as well. Now this is another one, that is IPC section 193. IPC section 193, punishment for false evidence. Previously was definition, and that is why punishment, which IPC states, whoever intentionally gives false evidence in any stage of a judicial proceedings or fabricates false evidence for purpose of being used in any stage of judicial proceeding shall be punished with imprisonment of either description for a term which may extend to 7 years, and shall also be liable to fine, and whoever intentionally gives or fabricates false evidence in any other case shall be punished with imprisonment of either description for a term which may extend to 3 years, and shall also be liable to fine. This means if false evidence is used in court of law, 7 years imprisonment is already there. Otherwise, it is 3 years imprisonment if you use this evidence to certain public servant, you may say, as they say, to someone else. So this is also very important provision of law and self-explanatory. No need of commenting on this, because people do not understand what they are doing and they do whatever they want to do, which can lead to such kind of difficulties. And people may submit certain fake certificates, some fake whatever they submit. This is all called false evidence, false statements. And if you, one thing is you know them, other point is use them. If you use them, you are subject to punishment. And if you know that you are using them, if you know, of course, when you have fake certificate, you know that you have that and you're using that. As far as this having concern is, you keep this with you, there's something else. But at time you use it, you are clubbed in, you are captured by this section. This section can be applied onto that person. So people should know what happens if somebody is caught, somebody is, you can say what they call imposed upon. People say it is fabrication against me, but here's question of fabrication itself. So we go to next one, that is, say, people are ignorant about what law is, and that's why they make mistakes. And this is IPC section 199. It says false statement made in declaration which is by law receivable as evidence. Here's question of declaration. False statement made in declaration which is by law receivable as evidence. Whoever in any declaration made or subscribed by him, which declaration any court of justice or any public servant or other person is bound or authorized by law to receive as evidence of any fact, makes any statement which is false and which he either knows or believes to be false or does not believe to be true, touching any point material to object for which declaration is made or used, shall be punished in same manner as if he gives false evidence. So this is also self-explanatory, no need of any debate on this. And if we go to next one, that's deliberation. That is deliberation, conclusion and advice. This says now, what I am thinking, I'm just going to state. What you think can be different. This was actually written long back. It's not current. I think it was written in 2013. So I'm just giving the presentation at that time as I thought. In addition to a first deliberated explanation, IEI certified issued documents such as corporate membership diplomas of elections. Now they issue certificates. I don't know the reason for that. Chartered Engineers India certificate as well as Professional Engineers India certificate, International Professional Engineers certificate, all are entitled state as well as public documents, because these are declarations, these are announcements. As evidence admissible under provision section 74 of Indian Evidence Act, by mandate of which there is no necessity to prove these certifications, as it should be presumed by court of law that documents being true, all such statutory personnel should enjoy rights to practice relevant professionals in capacity as public statutory functionary, as all such functionaries should be treated as alternate authority or authorities. Many Government of India notifications exist on records requiring self-certifications through such alternate authorities such as Chartered Engineers India. Also, these style and titles amount to status of public servant under IPC section 19 and 20. And this is my deliberation on this. And then you can say conclusion, and as it continues, and no other authority or institution in our country, Bharat, India, is authorized to issue such certifications designating person as engineers on a statutory basis. It should also be noticed that whatever description of educational degree would have been issued to whomsoever, that degree does not notify descriptions or designations as engineer in any way, but grant of descriptions of educational degrees only, such as BE, BTech or others, ME, MTech, PhD or others whatsoever. Every engineering educated professional should apply to IEI only for obtaining a state diploma on application form for obtaining AMI election certificate, which is the minimum criteria requirement to obtain Chartered Engineer India certification. Noticeable is also true that no designation on any other statute exists by description of engineer, which is formally described on engineering related contracts only on both national as well as on international basis. II membership is a state document which cannot be disregarded. Chartered Engineer India certificate is a state document. Professional Engineer India and International Professional Engineer India certificates is a state document. Accordingly, these documents direct all authorities, commissioners, administrators, officers, and others to accept certified designations as indicated by II Charter statute, applicable in India, Bharat, without causing any issue for obstructing designated functionary, preventing functionary either to work or from working in engineering as practitioner in qualified disciplines whatsoever, provided persons produce an authenticated certificate issued by Institution of Engineers India. And then continuing is Royal Charter. Now just one more slide maybe. Royal Charter has been an issue in India Bharat post 1947. Royal Charter has been an issue in India Bharat post 1947. India Bharat got freedom from British regime and had to arrange self-regime, which is called sovereign republic, in addition to secular democratic philosophy. Constitution of India was given to its subjects people by themselves, duly resolved, adopted and enacted by collective group of Indian body politic, and refer to preambles. You can refer to that, I have explained many times. This document defines the structure of Union Republic of India. Constitution of India is statutorily empowered as first prime law of our land, India, that is Bharat, whereas name Hindustan does not exist anymore on a statute box. According to Constitution of India, name of this nation is India, that is Bharat. Constitution of India defines rights of its subjects in relation to social justice, equality of economic and political opportunity. All other laws to be legislated, whether by Parliament or by state assemblies or others, can only be enacted in compliance or complying with principles enshrined within Constitution of India, failing which enactment is void. Royal Charter 1935 has been protected by President of India under existing laws. Preamble of Constitution of India provide basis of content of this Charter of India, of the Constitution of India. We, people of India, having solemnly resolved to constitute India into a sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic, and to secure to all its citizens justice, social, economic, and political liberty of thought, expression, belief, faith, and worship, equality of status and of opportunity, and to promote among them all fraternity, assuring dignity of individual and unity and integrity of nation in our Constituent Assembly, this 26th day of November 1949, do hereby adopt, enact, and give to ourselves this Constitution. And then, dear audience, thanks everybody, distinguished persons, for your kind presence during this Charter Digital talk. Thanks a lot indeed for your kind patience, attention, and involved interest. Thanks for your input questions, if any. Thanks for your constructive talk interactions. Thanks for your personal participations which you have made or shall. Thanks for your valuable time. Thanks IIMP chapter, actually it was done for that one. And then I say, this is समाप्त, आप सभी का धन्यवाद. Institution of Engineers, Jai Bharat. Now this document, if you want to respond to this, actually this is fourth talk, as I remember, fourth talk. This is long discussion about institutions charter. I'll continue this for some other submissions also. As far as charter issues is concerned, these 4 talks or 5 talks, I exactly don't remember. You can go to my wall videos sections and see. These long talks have been made, and I have clarified my position about what charter is, what I calculate about this charter. I don't understand, maybe your calculation could be different. You can calculate, you can evaluate what is your interpretation and construction of contents of this charter. I have done a lot of work in many years related to these charters. I have searched a lot what this is about. because this document was neglected by people, and particularly engineering community also neglected this for a long time. And I wanted to file a PIL in this connection, but I'm sorry I couldn't get any feedback from any of engineering community in our countries. All are, I think, they neglect or they condone. I don't know what's reason behind that. It's up to them. I'm not alone here. I cannot go on my shoulders alone. If people are not interested, I'm not interested as well. But my submission I have made to you people. If you want to write some comments, you can write comments. If you want to talk to me on Facebook Messenger, you can talk to me. Or if you want to get some information or give me some information for any mistake I have involved in this, I caused onto this, you can please advise that also. I will read and I'll submit my this draft of PIL in next talk. Though it's not been processed, it has been it's lengthy document, and I have taken into consideration various international provisions which are updated one, like various NEC or whatever is there. There have been so many amendments to statute and to charters. Well, I gone through many charters, and unfortunately that our institution did not take any interest in further amendment of this charter. It's now 85 years, and this is only first charter. I think that's old one. This is our mistake, I can say. It's a mistake of our institution that they did not refer it to Parliament for its amendment, and it's lying dead for that. It's been lying dead and doesn't look nice anyway. But law is law. It's only 1995 law. We have laws 1860 as well, and so we cannot say it is there, it's living, and we have to put energy into this rather than demanding additional bills. We can force them, we can request them to amend this. It gives a better status to us than demanding another law, because it is extension of constitution, because it is charter. Charter means constitution, just like we say Constitution of India means Charter of India, and that's what I say. This is very important point I'm telling you. Maybe you people are, I have seen in syllabus of law, LLB, this charter is not included because they don't teach what charter is, but I've gone through many charters. I've gone through primary law of UK. This charter is based on prerogative powers. This charter is based on advisory power of royal, this Privy Council, and this is a direct law. This means when prerogative power of king is used, this is called prime law. Prime law means just like our prime law is, that is Constitution of India is our prime law. So this is constitutional charter. I had a meeting with Parliament NXC long back with two IAS officers, and they were also confused about this, and I submitted a copy of this to them and explained to them. They were asking me, this is statutory or this is constitutional? Why are you assuming? You decide yourself. Though they did not decide anything on that, they threw this to, you can say, dustbin after some time. I had requested them to issue some notification, but they did not issue them. This is very long back story, I'm telling you. I failed in that case, you can say, because if you don't have any backing of someone, they think I have my personal interest, or I may be running a very big consultancy and might be playing in crowds and Arabs, so why should they help me? That is, normal. People think like that. So with this, I now close. I'll take up issues related to that in next talks, and I'll also talk about, if you want to see this presentation, this details is available on script.com. I put on this video text, this URLs, all you can go through that. Various URLs are available regarding this issue, all talks, previous talks, and also I put URLs regarding this this issue, and also of draft that I prepared. This is also available URL. You can download if you wish, and if you like, that should be done. That should be taken up further. It's your choice, engineering community choice, not my choice. I can't afford all that. I'm not that rich, and if you want to throw that into dust, then that's also your pleasure. I can't help that. And with this, thank you very much all who are present there. I don't see your names today, so welcome to all. And I think thanks all who are there. Welcomes.